and will be providing the details therein. This morning we will be expecting remarks from the Ministry of Water that will come from both the Director and the Permanent Secretary, and later from the Minister of Water and Environment. We'll also be hearing from the Saharan Sahel Observatory. The Executive Secretary will be speaking to us this morning, and we'll have representation from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. After the opening session this morning, we will quickly dive into testimonies and experiences from our project beneficiaries in a panel session that will happen immediately after our coffee. And then later in the afternoon, we'll have the second set of the project performance experiences and testimonies. We'll later look at the exit strategy and sustainability, and also talk about or close with certificates and awards to our key project stakeholders and partners. So we'll try, within the available time provided, meet the allotted time for each speaker and the panel discussions that will be happening later this afternoon and after lunch. I will at a later time also mention where we will be having our coffee and our lunch, and where the press room will be for the press conference later this morning, immediately after the closing ceremony. Before we close the opening ceremony, which will be here, we'll have a group photo that will also happen in the same room, and then the exhibition and the tour of the exhibition that is being set up at the back, that I would really want to encourage all of us to be part of, because that is being done by our project partners and project beneficiaries. And then, of course, I will also usher the team to the press room where we will be holding our press conference this morning. So I want to welcome you, and very shortly, I have been told the minister will join us, and as soon as the minister joins us, we'll have the formalities of the opening session that will include the anthems. So I will prepare our technical team to prepare the anthems, and then we'll quickly dive into our project closing event. So I really want to welcome you, all our partners in this room, our development partners, the stakeholders with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the members of the civil society who have joined us this morning, and of course our project beneficiaries who are here and will be telling us and sharing with us their testimonies and experiences. So as soon as the minister is here, we will officially start this project closing event. Chief guest, Honorable Minister, we want to welcome you and thank you very much for joining us this morning. In this room, Honorable Minister, we have your guests, members of the development partners, stakeholders in the water and environment sector, and of course, our key partners in this conversation under the Adaptation Fund. So we want to welcome you, Honorable Minister, and thank you very much for joining us. We will remain standing because we'll have the anthems. We'll have both the Uganda National Anthem and the East African Anthem. And thereafter, we will continue with our program. So please remain standing. And as soon as our Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister, is settled in, we'll have the anthems. I'll just wait a bit for Dr. Florence to get to her seat, and then I will call for the anthems. Anthems, please.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
All right, may you take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, the Honorable Sam Cheptoris, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Water and Environment, here represented by our Director of Water Resources, Dr. Florence Grace Adongo, the Executive Secretary of the Sahara and Sahel Observatory, OSS, and the Commissioner of Water Resources in the Ministry of Water and Environment, Dr. Callixte Ndimugaya, our partners from across the board. We have the development partners who are in this room and continue to support the Ministry of Water and Environment. We have stakeholders, heads of government institutions who are here that are specifically speaking to the project beneficiaries. And our Chief Guest, we also have the project beneficiaries in this room who later, when you take a tour of the exhibitions, you will meet in person. Our Chief Guest, this morning, we want to thank you for joining us for this project closing event. We are today, Honorable Minister, closing this Eureka project, enhancing resilience of communities to climate change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in Uganda. There will be stories this morning shared on the project performance, the experiences and testimonies of the beneficiaries across the country. And so, Honorable Minister, to kickstart this conversation, may I invite the Commissioner Water Resources, Dr. Callixte Ndimugaya, to come and make welcome remarks. You're most welcome, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Sam Cheptoris, I also would like to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, represented by Dr. Florence Grace Adong, Executive Secretary of Sahara-Sahel Observatory, Mr. Nabil, welcome. We also have members of the board of Sahara-Sahel Observatory, the staff of Sahara-Sahel Observatory. We have LC5 chairpersons present here who have been members or chairpersons of the catchment management committees of the 3 catchments. We have directors from various organizations. We have representatives of the chief administrative officers, members of the catchment management committees of Aswa, Aoja, and Maziba catchments, senior central and local government officials, representatives of the civil society organizations, private sector, religious institutions, cultural institutions, and other stakeholders at the central and local level, members of the media, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to the closing event for the project Enhancing Resilience of Communities to Climate Change through Catchment-Based Integrated Management of Water and Related Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, this project was designed to be implemented within the framework of the catchment as promoted by the Ministry of Water and Environment. Within this framework, catchments are demarcated and are units through which water and related resources are managed and developed, considering that these resources don't follow administrative boundaries. This project has been implemented in 3 catchments of Aswa, in Upper Nile, Upper Nile Water Management Zone, northern Uganda, Aoja catchment in Choga Water Management Zone in eastern Uganda, and Maziba catchment in Victoria Water Management Zone in southwestern Uganda. The goal of the project has been to increase the resilience of communities to risks of floods and landslides in the 3 catchments through promoting catchment-based integrated, equitable, and sustainable management of water and related resources. We focused on increasing the resilience of the ecosystems, increasing the resilience of agricultural landscapes, resilience of other livelihood systems, and building capacity of the communities and other stakeholders. This project started in 2017, May. It received funding from Adaptation Fund, equivalent to about 29 billion Uganda shillings, and has been implemented by the Ministry of Water and Environment with the support of Sahara and Sahel Observatory. I wish therefore to thank the Executive Secretary of Sahara and Sahel Observatory and your team for working with us very, very closely to implement this project. Let me therefore request the staff of Sahara and Sahel Observatory to stand up for recognition as we give you an applause. Let's clap for them. So this is the team that has supported us. You can take your seats. And the partners have seen them on the ground, but we are happy that the whole of Sahara and Sahel Observatory closed and came to Uganda for this event. So we thank you and we do appreciate. At the national level, we have a project management team, but we also had a project implementation team at the catchment level. These teams were supported by the steering committee at the national level, which was multi-sectoral, but we also had catchment and sub-catchment management committees at the local level. I don't know whether the members of the project steering committee are here. I see a few, but let me request the members of the project steering committee who are here to stand up for recognition. This the acting PS is here. Others probably should still be on the way. Let me also request the members of the catchment management committees and the sub-catchment management committees of Aswa, Maziba, and Aoja stand up for recognition. Let's give them a big applause. So these are the people that have led the project on the ground, have given the project strategic guidance at that level. You can take your seats. Let me also request the project management team and the project implementation team from within the Ministry of Water and Environment and other partners stand up for recognition. I know a number of you are out there, but can you stand up? Again, this Honorable Minister, this is the team from your ministry that has made this project reach this far, and I would like to appreciate their support. As you will see, guest of honor, in the course of this event, the project involved many partners and stakeholders at the national and local level. We had many collaborating institutions that included ministries of finance, agriculture, trade and cooperatives, local government. We also had global partnership, other government agencies such as the National Agricultural Research Organization, Uganda Cooperative Alliance, many private sector organizations and civil society organizations that supported the project in the 3 catchments. I would like again to request all the partners that have worked with us stand up for recognition. All of you partners, stand up. Again, Honorable Minister, this project has been very participatory, and all these partners have worked with us, as you will be seeing later. We had a number of innovative activities that were undertaken under this project, and a lot has been achieved. Capacity building and experience sharing have been key components of this project in order to ensure sustainability of the project outcomes. We had over 10 exchange visits where we got people to move from one catchment to another, and also to move to other catchments in the country so that we could learn from each other. We also had trainings. We trained over 300 people as trainers, and over 11,000 people, community members, who were trained in various aspects of the project. We trained them in restoration and restoration of ecosystems through tree planting, construction of improved cook stoves, sustainable management of wetlands and river banks, water harvesting and flood control, savings and credit, business planning for alternative income generating activities, marketing, and development of water and environment cooperative societies to manage the revolving fund. As a directorate and as a project, we promised to continue supporting these various programs so that they can improve the resilience of the people to the impacts of climate change within the framework of catchment-based integrated water resources management. We call upon all of you to continue working with us to ensure that we take advantage of the available water and environment resources in the country to improve the social and economic welfare of the people while protecting them from the vagaries of climate change. I would like to thank you and wish you very fruitful discussions and celebrations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalist. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Dr. Kalist another round of applause? The Honorable Minister, we don't only have the audience in this room, but we're also streaming this project closing event online, and is available on YouTube. And if you want to share with colleagues, let us know. We will be able to give you a link to share with your colleagues. But we're also using the hashtag Eureka23 for those of you on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, and all the other platforms. We are using the hashtag Eureka23 to share today's conversation, and of course later today the project performance. I want to now take the honor to invite the Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Water and Environment, represented here by Dr. Florence, to come and make her remarks on behalf of her team. Honorable Minister, as you noticed, the team has been doing a great job. Earlier this morning when I was talking to Dr. Kalist and he was taking me through the project impact, I was shocked at the amount of money invested in the project. I actually thought it was 3 times more than what he told me this morning. And so in terms of the impact of the project, we've seen the team do a fantastic job, and I thought we'd put our hands together for the team as I invite the PS to come and address us.
Our guest of honor, Honorable Sam Cheptoris, Minister of Water and Environment. the chairman of the board of the Sahara and the Sahel Observatory, who has not yet arrived, I know. Members of the board of the Sahara and the Sahel Observatory, honorable members of parliament, if they are present, the LC5 chairpersons, the executive secretary, Sahara Sahel Observatory, directors, executive directors, and commissioners present, chief administrative officer for Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba catchments, senior central and local government officials, staff of the Sahara and the Sahel Observatory, staff from the Ministry of Water and Environment, representatives of the civil society organizations, private sector, religious institutions, and other key stakeholders at central and local government, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the closing event of the project, which is on enhancing resilience of communities to climate change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in Uganda, which is being held here in Kampala, Uganda. I wish to take this opportunity to inform you that the permanent secretary, who is Mr. Alfred Okotokidi, is not in the country, but has sent you greetings and have asked me that he should have been here, but is in Bonn, where we are discussing issues of climate change. As you have been informed, Eureka project has been implemented with the framework for catchment-based integrated water resources management. Catchment-based management is stakeholder-driven and is therefore a responsibility of the stakeholders in the catchment to undertake various implementation interventions. The role of the Ministry of Water and Environment in catchment-based integrated water resources management is basically coordination and facilitation. This is done to ensure water resources in the catchments are managed and developed in an integrated and sustainable and coordinated manner so that it is available in adequate quantity and quality to meet all social and economic needs in the catchment for generations. And this is in conformity to the National Water Policy objective on water resources management in this country. Other relevant agencies and institutions of government provide technical support and facilitation of the stakeholders in the catchment within their areas of mandate. Currently, catchment management plans are being prepared, and we have a total of 18 catchment management plans in the country, including Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba catchments, where Eureka project has been implemented. These catchment management plans are prepared in collaboration with various stakeholders, and many more are being prepared with the aim of covering all the 32 catchments within the country. Similarly, catchment management organization structures in form of stakeholder fora and catchment management committees have formally been created in the 18 catchments, including those in Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba catchments. And these structures play key roles in guiding the preparation and implementation of the catchment management plan. Our chief guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Eureka project has been cross-cutting and involved many organizations and individuals at both central and local levels. To ensure that there is good coordination of the implementation of these project activities, a multi-sectoral project steering committee was established at national level under the chairmanship of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, and this was supported by an equally multi-sectoral Hello? I hope I can be loud. I used to be a teacher, so I'll go. So I was saying that similar coordination structures were set up in each of the 3 catchments of Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba, where the project has been implemented, as already mentioned by Dr. Kalis. These structures aimed at ensuring that there is active involvement of all key stakeholders from the central level right to the community level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Eureka Project has been a flagship project for the Ministry of Water and Environment in terms of enhancing the resilience of communities to impacts of climate change. It has demonstrated that it is possible to create a lot of impact on the ground with the proper project design and strategic planning and implementation involving all key stakeholders. As you will get to know during this event, the project has involved very many organizations and individuals at both national and local levels. This project has impacted many people on the ground, beyond the number originally planned. The project has been very innovative in a number of ways, and this has made it very unique and a model project for the Ministry of Water and Environment. Although the project faced a number of challenges during its implementation, as you will be informed or as you might have known, I'm happy to note that the project team was equally resilient and responded effectively to these challenges. The team was able to address them through instituting a number of strategies. The above challenges, however, caused delays in the project implementation, resulting in the extension of the project from the original 4 years to 6 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the experiences gained and lessons learned during implementation of the Eureka project are already guiding implementation of similar activities in other catchments within the country. Eureka project experiences have also guided preparation of similar projects which have received funding from Adaptation Fund and other development partners. We have particularly noted the power of partnership, the power of cooperation, and the power of collaboration in project implementation, as the success of this project has largely been due to very strong partnership, strong cooperation mechanisms, and strong collaboration among the key partners and stakeholders at all levels. It is in the same spirit of partnership, cooperation, and collaboration that all of you have been invited to this project closing event as a way of accountability and for making all of you appreciate what this project has been all about. The roles played by different stakeholders during the project implementation and the achievements of this project. I hope that what has been done under this project will inspire all of us to continue working hard, knowing that improving resilience of communities, ecosystems, and infrastructure to climate change is possible if we take advantage of the power of the local people and relevant stakeholders. I would like to assure you all of the Ministry of Water and Environment's commitment to continue supporting the beneficiaries of this project so that the project outputs are sustained through the various governance structures that has been put in place by this project. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank all of you, dear guests, for coming to attend this function. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Florence. Speaking on behalf of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Our chief guest, we want to now turn to our implementing entity, the Sahara-Sahel Observatory, or what you'll be hearing a lot as OSS here in this meeting. I take the pleasure of inviting the Executive Secretary of OSS, Nabil Ben Qatha, to come and address us. I have really tried to do the job of introducing you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Minister for Water and Environment of Uganda, colleagues, and let's say friends from the Ministry of Water and Environment from Uganda, representatives of non-governmental organizations, civil society and professional associations, representatives of the private sector, beneficiaries of the Eureka project, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to address you at this closing ceremony of Eureka project and glad that you have found the time to be here despite your very busy schedules. Climate change is one of the biggest and most complex challenges to sustainable development in this century. Communities around the world, and more particularly those in Africa, are feeling the burden of a changing climate. According to the IPCC forecasts, the region will experience an increase in frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, exacerbating the scarcity of natural resources. Distinguished guests, the Horn of Africa, like the other regions of the continent, faces uncontrolled human activities such as deforestation and poor agricultural practices that lead to a reduction in water retention capacities, surface runoff, and loss of soil cover. Extreme events leading to disasters such as floods, droughts, and landslides have increased over the last 30 years. Uganda, also now known as the Pearl of Africa, and it is, where we are now, experiences extreme weather events that lead to mudslides, landslides, and floods, particularly in the mountainous regions of the country. Floods have become more frequent, largely due to more intense rainfall. Over the past 2 decades, an average of 200,000 Ugandans have been affected by this disaster every year. The increase in the intensity of heavy rainfall has had the effect of increasing the impact of floods and thus causing more damage to the existing infrastructure, to the human settlements, and to some activities in the project catchment. It is against this backdrop that the Eureka project was conceived. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as many of you may not know, the Eureka project is very dear to my heart. I was personally involved in its conception and in its implementation to date. It was the first OSS project to be financed by the Adaptation Fund and the first for Uganda. This makes Eureka so special as it gives us the opportunity to share our expertise and develop our capacity to the point where we are now have a solid portfolio of projects across Africa. We have all come together and delivered on our mandate, which was to increase the resilience of communities to the risk of flooding and landslides in the Aouja, Maziba, and Aswa catchments. Every time I've been here during the supervision missions, I've been able to see and experience the changes. And I can safely say that Eureka has a positive impact on the communities it had touched in improving their resilience to better cope with the impacts of changing climate. Distinguished guests, the Eureka project prioritized the involvement of women, young people, and people with disabilities. It is a project that has been driven by a bottom-up approach that guarantees its sustainability even after its closure. Even if this project has reached its end, OSS will continue to work in the region and with our friend, the Republic of Uganda, through the DRESS EA project, which is addressing similar challenges and responding to communities' needs. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ugandan government, the Adaptation Fund, and all stakeholders for their support and the trust placed in OSS to successfully implement this project. Climate change affects not only you, but also your neighbor. So we can't pretend the danger doesn't exist or ignore it because it affects someone else. Let's keep this in mind. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our implementing partner, OSS. Honorable Minister and our chief guest, this particular closing event is very timely because it's just a day after the World Environment Day. And we can see the connections with the conversations we are having, and the Executive Secretary in his statement, and both Dr. Khalis and Dr. Florence very keen in why water management or water resource management is a very important conversation in climate action. And we want to thank the ministry for spearheading yesterday's event and for efforts being done and undertaken. And I guess that's why even the PS is away, clearly stating Uganda's position on climate action and how we want to protect this mother or father or mother, I like the way we say mother, God-given nation and earth. I want to now, with your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, allow me quickly move on with our program. So may I take the singular honor of inviting Dr. Florence to come and invite our chief guest to address us. But before that, Dr. Florence, let's run you through a very short video, Honorable Minister. We are going to look at the project itself, and this Eureka project, Honorable Minister, is being highlighted in this video because you may not have gone to all the projects and met all the beneficiaries, but this video will give you a brief snippet of what has been happening. Over to the video. Technical team.
The Ministry of Water and Environment, with support from the Adaptation Fund through the Sahara and Sahel Observatory, implemented the Eureka project from 2017 to 2023.
So the project is called Eureka, that's an abbreviation, but in full it is called Enhancing the Resilience of Communities to the Impacts of Climate Change through a catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources. Basically, we recognize that climate change is affecting the people, and this climate change oftentimes is manifest through too much water, causing floods, too little water, causing droughts, and of course also landslides and related challenges. So this project is trying to help the people who are impacted by climate change to be able to live with the challenges climate change brings.
This project is actually more of conservation, and we are looking at the catchments of Achwa, Awoja, and Maziba. So we want to improve the practices when it comes to farming, for example, the slopes of Kabale Hills, or in the wetlands of Awoja and the plains of Achwa, how people should actually carry out proper cultivation, whether using terraces or even coming up with water storage facilities. It is also a project that is supposed to help people with livelihood so that they do not go and degrade the environment. So there is a component also of restoration of wetlands and fragile ecosystem.
In Maziba, you know, the topography is hilly. So their intervention is different from what is happening in Awoja, which is flat. So they are doing terracing, they are doing other types, depending on the challenge at that point. While in Awoja, we are looking at restoration of wetlands and other activities. And all these are documented in each of these catchment management plans. So all in all, we are trying to implement the plans that we are developing and make sure that there is benefit on the ground and community participation collectively, so that we can manage the environment in a sustainable way, manage the water catchment, manage the water cycle, at the same time harness the potential with which the water resources bring to the community and for development of the country.
We have created regional structures, we call them water management zones. So each of the project is managed by a water management zone, and the water management zone is headed by a team leader. So for the activities in Aswa, we have a team based in Lira, in the Upper Nile Water Management Zone. In Wawoja, we have a team based in Nichoga Water Management Zone, and in Maziba, we have a team based in Mbarara, in the Victoria Water Management Zone.
The overall goal of Eureka was to increase the resilience of communities to the risk of floods and landslides in Awoja, Maziba, and Aswa catchments. The specific objectives of the project were to increase the resilience of ecosystems by supporting sustainable management of forests, wetlands, and riverbanks. To increase the resilience of agricultural landscapes by supporting communities to develop and implement sustainable water harvesting, soil biophysical, and flood control structures. To increase the resilience of other community livelihood systems by supporting income-generating activities with credit and market access. To build the capacity of extension services and institutions at local, catchment, water management zone, and national level to better support local stakeholders. The project was divided into 3 components. Component 1, establishing frameworks for climate-resilient catchment management in Awoja, Aswa, and Maziba catchments. Component 2, implementing concrete adaptation actions for resilient and sustained ecosystems, agricultural landscapes, and diversification of livelihood systems. Component 3, building capacities of extension services and institutions at subcatchment, catchment, and water management zone level to support local communities and knowledge management. The project started with a national launch in Kampala and 3 catchment launches in Soroti, Kabale, and Lira districts. The project got strategic guidance from a national project steering committee comprising Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives, Ministry of Local Government, National Environment Management Authority, the Directorate of Water Resources Management, Directorate of Environmental Affairs, Climate Change Department, Water for Production Department, International Water and Sanitation Center, IRC, and Global Water Partnership, East Africa. The steering committee was chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment. The Ministry of Water and Environment mobilized communities to form 3 catchment management committees and 9 sub-catchment management committees.
Mazaba Catchment Management Committee is comprised of 4 districts. So I happen to lead the bigger Mazaba Catchment Management Committee. Under me, we have sub-catchment management committees, and these are comprised of sub-counties.
My major role is to chair meeting of the members of the management, and also to supervise and make sure that what we discuss in our general meetings, in our executive meetings, is implemented by the technical person headed by the Secretariat.
From the inception of this Eureka project, when we were elected, I happened to participate at different levels.
The committees, together with the project staff, identified and validated the intervention sites through a baseline survey. Under Component 1, the Catchment Management Planning Guidelines were updated to include aspects of climate change, leading to the revision of 3 catchment management plans of Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba. Component 2 focused on concrete adaptation actions to increase the resilience of ecosystems and vulnerable communities. It employed a stakeholder-led approach where communities were supported with training and sensitization to prepare restoration action and management plans, and later tools and equipment to restore the degraded areas.
Ministry of Water and Environment, under the Eureka project, contracted us to design, analyze the riverbanks, how degraded they are, come up with a costed plan through the stakeholder engagement, and furthermore implement through a participatory approach using the communities.
Existing women groups and pre-nursery operators were empowered with skills, knowledge, and tools. The project also signed a Memorandum of Understanding with NARO to set up 3 demonstration centers where communities can go and gain skills and knowledge on ecosystem conservation, income-generating activities, and water harvesting and flood control. The communities were empowered with knowledge and skills on income-generating activities that are friendly to the environment and given a revolving fund through water and environment cooperative societies. The Eureka project has since achieved the following: established 9 tree nurseries that have produced over 1,479,000 seedlings, restoring 2,199 hectares of deforested land. Supported 18 women groups to produce over 13,000 improved cooking stoves to reduce levels of forest degradation. Demarcated and restored 596 hectares of 12 degraded wetlands. Demarcated and restored 721 hectares of 9 degraded riverbanks. Supported communities to construct water harvesting and flood control structures, leading to the restoration of 974 hectares of agricultural land. Established 14 water and environment cooperative societies and provided a revolving fund amounting to $630,000 to implement income-generating activities. Established 3 demonstration centers at Nazari, Kazadi, and Ngetazadi to demonstrate ecosystem conservation, water harvesting, flood control, and income-generating activities. Build capacity of extension services from community level to national level.
With institutional capacity building, Eureka has done about 5 activities, which are very important. It has revamped or furnished the conference facility, where before we come for the practical with the community members and other learners, we first settle for the theoretical part. It has also constructed 2 underground water tanks of about 60 cubic centimeters of water to facilitate irrigation.
We now have clean water for both domestic for domestic purposes, animals and people, and secondly that it has reduced the running water, which is soil erosion. And then the other thing is that we're also going to have grass for animals.
The women are so happy. If you could have gotten somebody to translate you the song they sang, they're saying the cook stove is so hot, it cooks faster, it takes a little firewood, and then it doesn't burn their children like the children used to fall in the other stove they were used to use for cooking. But now this one is shielded and children complain they can't get burnt. When you go for 1 band of firewood, it takes you 1 week. Formerly, it will take 3 days, and you have to go back to the bush and look for firewood, and you go to far places, which was not good. But now with the teaching that the women have, that they have to have wood lots for firewood, that can help you. Like the mature faster, they have a lot of branches, so you keep cutting and they help you for cooking. That is helping the community.
I've got really a lot of success in this partnership with Eureka. First of all, when they found us when we had a nursery which was too small, we were employing only 2 people. But currently we have over 15 members that are fully working in this nursery. I've been able to construct a perimeter wall of this fence because of Eureka. Even the knowledge we have got through Eureka really can push us to another step. And we hope by the time Eureka leave, we are supposed to support ourselves and continue with this production of seedlings and support farmers, and then push more of the farmers to get benefits and also encourage them to do the same.
As the Eureka project has demonstrated, it is worth noting that there is no single approach that can resolve all the key climate change issues. It takes a wide array of actions and a long time of waiting to see results.
So this is just the beginning, and we want to showcase to our development partners, to our funders, and to government that this is what we can do if we work with the community. They can actually help us to reduce on environmental degradation, sustain the environment while harnessing it for economic and social development.
A lot has been done. Expectations are very high. The excitement by the people. For us, we are saying, even if Eureka ended, what it has put in place will be a basis for other players to build on. And I think the people are already empowered. They will be demanding, but they still need support, of course, in terms of resources, financial and otherwise, to get moving.
Request any other stakeholder that could be having any capacity enhancement position to partner with us so that we take these skills out and cover the whole Kigezi region and the entire Uganda. There are other areas in Uganda who are faced with the same problems. Areas like Bududa, like Rwenzori, all those people are always been suffered from landslides, soil erosion, flooding, but this technology is appropriate and can solve those problems.
Personally, I feel good, and I really want to thank all the players, both the staff that have been pushing through, our partners, the stakeholders at the local level, the districts, the other players, for making all this happen. But most importantly, the people. I can only encourage all of us to continue. The journey has started. We are not yet there, but I think we can see right at the end of the tunnel. So I think the prize is close by. So I want just to encourage everybody to continue working. And I think through some of these projects, we can make a difference. And personally, I believe that It's not about the amount of money you have. It's about how you plan to utilize that money.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for that snippet on the Eureka project. Honorable Minister, the team told me the amount of content they prepared, they needed to build a movie. It would have been 2 hours of content. But they had to cut this down and trim this to speak to the time that they were allocated for this closing, project closing event. And Honorable Minister, indeed, we must thank the team for spearheading this flagship project by the ministry that has been looking at enhancing the resilience of our communities to impacts of climate change. I now want to invite Dr. Florence Adongo to come and do the honors of inviting the Honorable Minister to address this august house. You're welcome, Dr. Florence. And Dr. Florence, if you meet her today, please call her permanent secretary, because she's the permanent secretary today. She's not the director anymore. For us today, she's our PS.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Our chief guest, Honorable Sam Chepturis, our Minister of Water and Environment. I think the video has really given us a snapshot of this project and the reason why it is very important that we conclude it in style. I've also been informed that we are going to have our visitors visit some of these project areas so that they can see and compare the video with what is on the ground. It also reminded me that, Honorable Minister, maybe we need to take this approach if we have to succeed in our parish development model. A lot of lessons can be learned from this catchment-based planning. It is now my honor and privilege to invite you, Honorable Minister, to come and make your opening speech. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Florence. Do you have LSC 5 chairpersons here? Do you have them? Where are they? Not the old ones, but the new ones. Do we have new ones? Oh, great. Because those are my colleagues. The PS Ministry of Water and Environment, the Executive Secretary to the Sahara and the Sahel Observatory, directors, executive directors, and commissioners present, chief administration officers, members of the catchment management committees for Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba catchments, senior central and local government officials present, staff of Sahara and the Sahel Observatory, representatives of civil society organizations, private sector, religious institutions, and other stakeholders at central and local governments, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the closing event for the project Enhancing the Resilience of Communities to Climate Change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in Uganda that has been funded by the Adaptation Fund. I wish in a special way to welcome the chairman and the members of the board. I'm told they are not yet here, but I hear the chairman is already around. He arrived this morning. So I wish to welcome them and then management and staff of the Sahara and Sahel Observatory for attending this event. You are all welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, and I hope you will have a very, very good stay in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have already been informed, the Sahara and Sahel Observatory provided support to Uganda in developing and submitting this project for funding by the Adaptation Fund to the tune of $7.7 million. OSS has also been the key partner to Uganda in the implementation of this project. And I thank them for always coming to monitor the project. And I think the Secretary General, the Executive Secretary, we met one time in my office when he was a smaller man, but now he has been promoted to the big man in the organization. I've been told by my technical staff that there has been very fruitful and a cordial collaboration between OSS and my ministry during the 6 years of project implementation. I wish therefore to thank the management and the staff of OSS for their support, without which this project would not have been successfully implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, this project was one of the first projects in Uganda to have benefited from the ongoing global climate change financing, aimed at implementing adaptation and mitigation interventions for a better and a sustainable utilization of natural resources for generations to come. In particular, this is the first project in Uganda to receive funding from Adaptation Fund. Since then, 4 more projects have been funded by Adaptation Fund to improve the resilience of the people, ecosystems, and infrastructure to impacts of climate change. This is indeed a testament of the trust that the international community has in Uganda's aspirations and the development agenda, as defined in our National Development Plan and the Vision 2040, to which we are grateful. The ongoing flooding in various parts of the country has caused great havoc in terms of displacement of the people, destruction of infrastructure, and the general destruction of people's livelihoods. These problems are related to low resilience of the communities to impacts of climate change and environmental degradation. This project has certainly made a big contribution in helping people to cope with these challenges, but a lot more needs to be done to address fully the ever-increasing challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda is committed to the universal commitments and announcements contained in the Paris Agreement, and I will continue to contribute towards the global climate change efforts. This is being done through fulfilling our nationally determined contributions and making progressive contribution to the universal efforts to accelerate concrete initiatives and augment climate change action to mitigate the impact of climate change and to make the world a better place to live in over the years and decades to come. Uganda is a country that has undergone remarkable development, but the country is also still faced with huge but surmountable challenges to ensure sustained utilization of natural resources amidst a rapidly growing population. Therefore, the timeless support from the Adaptation Fund, more so its alignment to the country's development priorities, has been very much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all been invited to this closing event because of the recognition of the very important roles all of you have played in the implementation of this project and the role you will play in sustaining project interventions. At this juncture, I wish to congratulate the team from my ministry and all the various stakeholders at the central, regional, and local levels for the good collaboration and the partnership, without which this project would not have achieved these results. From the video that we have just watched, it is clear that the funds received from the Adaptation Fund have gone a long way in helping the country to address the challenges of environmental degradation, poor water resources management, and the climate change-related disasters, which have recently manifested themselves in the form of droughts, floods, and landslides. I wish to call upon my colleagues, the political leaders, ministers, members of parliament, LC5 chairpersons, etc., to closely follow up the interventions that have been put in place through this project and ensure that they are sustainable so that we realize value for money. Water and environment cooperatives have been established and this project as a pilot, but they need to be supported so that they mature and continue improving the livelihoods of the people through the income generating activities being implemented. I will therefore request the Sahara and Sahel Observatory to continue working closely with my ministry and Uganda in general to develop more project proposals to tap into the available climate funds from the Green Climate Fund, from the Adaptation Fund, Global Environment Facility, and so on. The project interventions need to be scaled up and also expanded to other catchments, because these are only 3 catchments, and we have, I'm told, how many catchments do we have? 30? 32. We have only covered 3. I'm telling you, our visitors, that the remaining catchments may even be worse off than where we have put the intervention. So we hope that we shall be able to come up with the projects that will attract money. I'm confident that the lessons learned and the experiences gained under this project will enable the team to prepare a winning proposal. We shall be available to provide the required political support when needed. Let me conclude by wishing all of you here present an enjoyable event full of experience sharing and learning based on the achievements of the Eureka project. It is through learning that we shall continue improving service delivery. It is now my singular honor and privilege to formally open the closing event for the project, enhancing resilience of communities to climate change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in Uganda. For God and my country, I thank you.
Honorable Minister, there's just one more activity, and I'll ask Dr. Kalist maybe to lead you to the seat in front here. We have some photos we are going to take. I want Dr. Florence, Dr. Kalist to join, and of course, His Excellency Nabil, who will be seated with the Minister. The very first photo will include all the OSS team, who, if you're not on the chair, you're standing at the back of the team. So OSS team, you will have the very first photo of the Honorable Minister and Dr. Florence and Dr. Kalist. So the very first photo will include the OSS team. With the exception of those who are seated, the rest of us will be standing at the back of the team. And immediately after this, I want to request the LC5 chairpersons to join, but that's after this very first photo. So photographers, the first photo is for the Honorable Minister and the OSS team. Okay, the other OSS team members at the back, you will stand at the back. Find a way of spreading yourself so it looks like, please take your seats, Honorable Minister. For the Honorable Minister, you can sit. Yes. There you go. Okay. Fantastic. There you go. I think we still have one more person coming? Yes. Just one more. Just one more. There you go. There. I think one person is missing. Just one. Just hold, please, camera. Just one more. Here. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request we put our hands together once again for the OSS team. Sahara and Sahel Observatory, we want to thank you for being part of this very strategic project, Eureka project. Thank you very much, OSS team. May I now request the LC5 chairpersons to come and join us. The LC5 chairpersons. And I'm glad the Honorable Minister said former and current. So we can have former and current. Thank you, OSS. You can take your seats. LC5 chairpersons, former and current, because this project did cut across the two regimes, the previous team and the current team. And members of the steering committee, please come and join in this particular photo. Members of the steering committee, and you're joining the LC5 chairpersons. Steering committee members, do we still have someone who's still left out? All right, steering committee, yes, I was wondering. Now let's also have the project implementing team. Project implementing teams, please come. The project implementing teams. Project implementing team. Project implementing team, yes. Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, chairpersons, LC5 chairpersons. We now have the project implementing team. No, this, you hadn't. Chairpersons, please come back, and the steering team. So we'll have one photo, don't worry. So project team, please, the implementing team, please hold. Just stay below. The project teams, please stay. The implementing teams, please stay below. We still have the project steering committee and the chairpersons. So that's the photo. The chairpersons and the steering committee. Okay. Project, one of the chairpersons. Here, please. There you go. Now I will go with the orders. When you're ready and you're done, you let me know. Me, I will then invite the next team. Good? All right. Now, thank you very much, chairpersons and the steering committee. Now let's have the project implementing team that is already here on standby. Engineer, you should, they're giving you the seat. There you go. Project implementing teams, please, the short ones in front, you know, and the tall ones at the back of the short ones. Cameramen, you will need to organize our people. I see some short people at the back. Please, you are part of the project implementing team. Yes. Cameramen, we are just reorganizing our people because some of the tall people. There you go. Are we all in our project implementing teams? Just one more. Even here on the side of the chair. You don't have to go very far. Are we okay now? Cameraman, I am waiting for your orders. All right. Now, thank you very much, project implementing team. We have our partners, our other partners. Please come. Dr. Clay says we have many partners in the room. Please, partners. Partners, this is our photo. Our partners. The very first one takes the seat, and then the rest of us stand. Yes. So, all the partners, please join. I think, Honorable Minister, you can see we had very many partners for this flagship project, the Eureka project. And these are the people that have supported this project, and we want to thank them very much for being part of this flagship project in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Okay, cameraman, I think everyone is here now. All right. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I will request Dr. Florence and Dr. Kalis to take you on a short tour of the exhibition as you make your way to the press conference. Members of the press, the organizing team at the back will show you where the press room is, where we will hold a press conference. But first, the Honorable Minister and Dr. Florence and Dr. Kalis will be taking a tour of the exhibition that has our project implementing teams and our beneficiaries of the project. So our exhibitors, please make your way to your exhibition area. Exhibitors, make your way to your exhibition area. The Honorable Minister is coming. And for the rest of us, coffee is served. We have a very short coffee break. At exactly 11:30, I will be starting our panel discussion, our next session at exactly 11:30. Our coffee is downstairs. You just take one set of stairs to the first floor, and you will find our coffee area. Exhibitors, make your way to the exhibition area. The Honorable Minister is coming. And the rest of us, our coffee has been served just a floor behind or a floor below. Make sure you're back here by 11:30. We will be starting our next session at exactly 11:30. So the Honorable Minister will be starting at the tail end of the exhibition on this end, and then will make his way all the way up to the last exhibitor, and then he will go to the press room where we have a press conference. And as that happens, the rest of us, I want to invite you to coffee. Coffee is downstairs on the first floor. Please make your way. Dr. Kalist, Honorable Minister will pass here. Our exhibitors, I hope you're ready. The Honorable Minister is coming and is joining us, beginning with the first exhibition area. And then he will visit all the exhibitors and then turn to the press room for the press conference. The rest of us, please make your way to the first floor for coffee. That's where the coffee is, and exactly 11:30, we'll be starting with the panel discussion. I want to inform the first part of our panel discussion, the tree nurseries, woodlots, and improved cook stoves. That is our first session at exactly 11:30.
plants have rejuvenated, the riverbanks have rejuvenated, and we also gave
Haddad, Grace Akot, Moses Makwata, Benedict Clive, and Dennis Singahache. If you could make your way to the front. Grace Akot, Rukundo Haddad, Moses Makwata, Benedict Misaga, and Dennis Singahache.
Been saying, hearing a name everywhere I go. It's all in my head. It's just all in my head. You see me break 3 days or send you a bouquet saying it's a mistake. Drink my troubles away. One more glass of champagne and you know.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly begin our session, our very first session. I think Dennis Singahache is the only one missing here. So allow me introduce our very first team. We only have 20 minutes for this particular session on tree nurseries, woodlots, and improved cook stoves. We're looking at the project performance, experiences, and of course, testimonies of our project beneficiaries. I will introduce our partners who are here and the project beneficiaries. With us is Rukundo Haddad. Thank you very much for joining us. He's the director of Fruitful Nature Tree Nursery. I saw you on the video, so it is very easy to identify you. Next to him is Grace Akot. Grace is chairperson at Gago Farmers Association Women Group. And then we have Moses Mukwata, District Natural Resources Officer for Queen, or Quen, depending on which school you went to. And Benedict Clive Misaga, Joint Energy and Environment Project. He was a service provider in training women, the women groups. Benedict, thank you also for joining us. And as soon as Dennis is Singahache, if anyone knows where Dennis is, let him know. He's the only one missing. Rukundo, let me begin with you. As a tree nursery business person, what other additional opportunities did the Eureka project present to you, and how have you as yourself and company or as an individual benefited from this project? You keep it short.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. The name is Rukundo Haddad Kim. I'm the director of Fruitful Nature Uganda Limited, based in Kabale, and I was selected as one of the partners with Eureka in improving the environmental catchment of Maziba catchment. Now, it was a blessing. If I look at the opportunities I got from Eureka project, first of all, I was in the nursery business before I met the members of Eureka. And my business was very small. And even the turn-up of people buying, we are really very low. But when Eureka came, started sensitizing people about the environmental conservation and then restoration of wetlands, soil degradation, and then nutritional value. Now members, the communities, when they got interested, they started planting seedlings, which are helping them to improve the soil and also restore the degraded hotspots. Also, the fruit trees they started now looking at the interest of increasing the nutrition. Now, after getting that concept, I really got opportunity of selling so many seedlings. And appreciation goes to Eureka, because if I had not partnered with them, then I wouldn't got that opportunity to have seedlings being sold. At the same time, the members, the communities, now have been selected to participate in the parish development model, of which now the seedlings they are going to buy are from Fruitful Nature. So that is a big opportunity that I'm now enhancing, so that I also have income at the same time, also develop Maziba catchment in terms of improving the environmental aspect. Because these trees are environmental friendly, at the same time, Maziba catchment does not have a lot of fruit trees, and thus we lacked the diet. The heresy was not good. But now you can see millions of trees have been planted, and people are enjoying the fruits and getting the diet, at the same time income. But as they buy and they increase the heresy and income, I also benefit because I'm the one selling the seedlings.
All right.
And that is a Eureka support.
Thank you very much, Rukundo. I'll turn to Grace Akot. Grace, let's talk about your experience in production, marketing, and the improved use of cooking stoves.
Thank you so much, moderator. I am Akot Grace from Magago District Farmers Association Women Group, and we've been working in the Eureka project, producing cook stoves in our district, and we're one of the groups in Aswa sub-catchment. There were many others. I am grateful to be a part of this team that has come to present in this end of project. The approach that was used in the Eureka project for the energy saving stove was a good one, because the cook stoves would be purchased from the women's group and be given to families or households. This was a very good approach because it gave income to the farmer group, and yet the energy cooking stoves were so good and are still so good. You saw in the video clip what the women are saying about the cook stoves. These cook stoves are time saving, they are firewood saving. The bundle that they used to use in 3 days, if they collect it now, it takes 5 to 7 days, saving their time that they would use for going to the forest looking for firewood. You find them now having their time ventured into farming. When you are using these cook stoves, you will realize there's no smoke in the kitchen. This encourages even the men to come and sit in the kitchen, and they plan together with their women. They discuss, okay, fine, this time we have done sunflower, there's not a lot of money, let's do something different. Maybe let's go for sim-sim. They do it in the kitchen. It used not to be like that. The men always thought the kitchen was so smoky and they would not be there. But it's so convenient. These energy cooking stoves are also saving their children from accidents. Whenever they would be cooking with the 3 stones, accidentally, if the fire is left and there's no elderly person around, you realize the children would come playing and fall into the fire. This would cause accidents. That would take away money from the pockets of the households to go and treat the children in the hospital. But now, the energy-saving stoves are shielded, and the fire cannot burn their children. The women are so grateful. It's something that we need to continue doing. Agago DFA managed to construct under the Eureka project 830 cook stoves, and they are doing more. We have 50 TOTs who were trained to do the cook stoves, and other projects that are coming to the area are also employing our TOTs to do cook stoves, because so many other projects are doing the same things to support the whole district, because we know climate change is real and things are happening, and we need to change the way we've been doing things. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll turn to Quen, moving from Agago to Quen. Moses, let's talk about the private-public partnership approach that was used by Eureka. How was that helpful in growing the number of trees? And what positives do you pick from this benchmarking from the Eureka project approach?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Moses Makwata is my name. I am the Natural Resources Officer for Quen District Local Government. Eureka project under public-private partnership approach did a very great job for us in the region in raising tree seedlings to be given out to the farmer community in the area. Yeah, we achieved greatly because this was done in a participatory manner. The tree seedlings were identified by the community. That means the seedlings we gave out to the beneficiaries are site-specific in terms of site species matching. The soil conditions were very favorable. The seedlings that we received were of good standard because the seed that we gave to the nursery operators was from a certified organization, and that is NFA. So the seedlings were of quality standard. Now, because of this, there was increased survival rate of the tree seedlings that were planted out to a tune of 80%. So when you go to planting and growth of the seedlings, there was a higher survival rate. Then under this public-private partnership, the district technical team plus the project staff were doing regular monitoring and technical backstopping to both the beneficiary farmer and then to the nursery operators. This was done in a timely manner and it was done perfectly. That's why we had a higher survival growth rate. Then with the support we gave to these nursery operators, to the farmers, I believe the nursery site we have in Quen should be certified because it has the best quality seed and seedling that should be given to our farmers. Now, these are the positives that we can benchmark from the project. One, establishing this tree nursery within the community was a plus for us because one, it is accessibility for the seedling to be given to the farmer. And then the other one was this tree nursery that is within the community is used for demonstration purposes across the area. People who want to establish nurseries come for consultation to this person. We train these nursery operators that were trained. So when you look at the small coming nursery operators within the region, this is where they go and study and learn from how things are being done. So it was a plus for us to have that tree nursery within the community. And then the other one was there was a high community ownership of the project and all the proceeds of the project. For example, the tree farmers have taken it up seriously to own up the plantations they have. They take it as theirs, not for the project. In other areas, when you visit them, they will tell you this is not item or this is what. But this one, you will never hear even that word that Eureka sing. But you will only get Eureka as a support from them. So I think that was a plus for this project that we should benchmark from. And then the other one, finally.
Yes.
Finally, there was an income enhancement to the nursery operators that we supported to the extent that 3 out of the 19, some of them have built what? Permanent houses, good structures. So that means the project has done a lot to this community. and to these nursery operators. And we are looking forward for the benefits from the trees that were planted to support our community. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Moses, I want to turn to Clive. Clive, you facilitated the of different women, the women groups in adopting the technology of fire-shielded and Rocket Lorena improved cooking stoves. What were your experiences in undertaking this across the different catchment areas, and how easily was this technology adaptable?
Thank you very much. Clive Benedict Misaga is my name once again. I am the Energy and Environment Officer, Joint Energy and Environment Projects, JEEP. In regards to the question, the experience was great. We had a lot of learning points from there. You would find that people in the Maziba catchment area, they do not need a lot of pushing to do. If they test the theory and it works, they would push themselves and they would do more than what is expected. And then you would find people in the Upper Nile, they're a bit reluctant, so you have to do constant monitoring, you have to do follow-up. Actually, follow-up was a good experience, because just a phone call to a person, it would really mean something great. And yes, that is the Upper Nile. We faced some challenges, of course, because we were dealing with people who can't afford the improved cook stoves, the prefabricated, so they had to construct the mud stoves or anthill soil stoves at home. So we found challenges with the mindset. You would find that they would tell you that the 3-stone, the food has more flavor as compared to this one. But with the follow-ups and engagements, you would find people adopting to the, with time they would adopt. We also faced a challenge of insecurities in Abim, that is Karamoja region, where there was castle rustling by then. But towards the end, it had relaxed a bit, and we would execute the project properly. We also had a motivation and a challenge at the same time, which was the harsh weather condition for the tree growing. But this was motivation for us, because now we felt the impacts of climate change, and we really had to address this and put in more effort in that these people do not fall circumstance of the harsh weather conditions. But in general, the technology was adopted, the trees were planted, and we have registered success in the areas of operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clive, I'll turn to Dennis Singahache. Dennis, let's talk about the tree nurseries, afforestation, and improved cook stoves that seem to have brought about a number of benefits for your stakeholders in the catchment area where Eureka was operating. How has the local governance structures, like the catchment management committees that you will be working with, going to support and scale up these interventions that were provided by Eureka?
Thank you very much.
Pull the microphone closer to you so that...
Thank you very much. I'm Singahache Dennis, and the chairperson, Maziba Catchment Management Committee. And the Maziba Catchment Management Committee is comprised of 4 districts. That is Rwanda, Kabare District, Ntungamo District, and Ruchiga. I beg that those officials here can stand up for recognition. The representatives from that very area. You are most welcome. Back to the question. Among the achievements the Eureka has ushered in Maziba Catchment Management Area includes the establishment of 3 nursery beds, the afforestation, that is mostly giving trees to the different stakeholders, and the improved cooking stoves. The details are outlined within our working areas, particularly in Upper Maziba, in Middle Maziba, and Lower Maziba. As has been mentioned, there has been a lot of benefits through establishment of these tree nursery beds, because very many trees were given to stakeholders. And also, within that very scope, very many societies were established for cooking stoves, energy cooking stoves. So within this arrangement, the catchment management committees are playing a very big role, particularly in these local governments I have already outlined. And these roles include scaling up and sustaining the local governance structures which were made. These areas of Upper Maziba, Middle Maziba, and Lower Maziba have the catchment management committees. So now they are specifically energizing and scaling up the roles in giving priority planning within the government structures and the catchment management committees. So we have said, let's prioritize these activities within the local government priority plans. We also have said we should also create more awareness and sensitization for owning of the activities by the community management committees, so that they are owned for sustainability purposes. The management catchment committees have been encouraged and to continue with hands-on training of more members by the already trained members, particularly in the improved energy cooking stoves and also the beds. We also agreed that catchment management committees should establish more tree nursery beds at community levels, villages, parishes, and sub-counties.
Okay.
And finally, catchment management committees should look at more friendly species, trees which are more friendly to the environment. So our interest mostly is to appeal for more support of a similar project to be supported by our funders, the friendly funders, the Sahara and Saleh, to also continue asking the ministry to come up with a similar project which can not leave a vacuum, but also to increase the enhancement of communities to resilience of for climate change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our panel. Clive, Moses, Grace, Dennis, and of course, Haddad. Please take your seats. You can now take your seats. As they do that, I want us to run that video on the tree nurseries, afforestation, and improved cooking stoves.
The Eureka project aims at enhancing communities' resilience to impacts of climate change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in the three catchments of Awoja, Aswa, and Maziba. Biomass conservation is one of the main activities promoted in the project through establishment of tree nurseries, woodlots, and promotion of energy cooking stoves in the most degraded areas. At the beginning of the project, 9 existing tree nurseries were identified in the 3 catchments. These were supported with tools and equipment, as well as training in order to enable them increase and sustain their production capacities.
Eureka came. They saw what we were doing. They took 2 of our members for a training. From there, they took 2 members with the district officials. And from there, the district officials came and trained now the whole group members. So Eureka now gave us seeds for different varieties of trees. They also gave us the potting material. Those are the pots. They also gave us the potting medium, which was the soil, which was well mixed. And many other things with watering cans, wheelbarrows. They gave us a tank of 10,000 liters. They gave us tape measures. They gave us even the pruning machines like the sakachuas, the pruners for its nursery work. Eureka again came in and supported us financially by buying the seedlings that we were giving to those farmers. So we were getting money as a group, and the group members are now empowered economically and also socially. We have other projects which we have developed apart from tree seedlings, and those are, we have piggery, we have also poultry, and then we are keeping some animals like cows.
Before we partnered with Eureka, we are having seedlings, but the species were very few. But when Eureka gave us the power by supporting us, now currently we have over 15 species of trees and fruit trees that we are currently producing in this nursery. I've got really a lot of success in this partnership with Eureka. First of all, when they found us when we had a nursery which was too small, we were employing only 2 people. But currently we have over 15 members that are fully working in this nursery. I've been able to construct a perimeter wall of this fence because of Eureka. Even the knowledge we have got through Eureka really can push us to another step.
To me, as a company, we are really grown big now, because there are even some enterprises that we were not doing, like the Ash Avocado. Because of the money we got, we have them now to, and that is really a new area in fruit trees, and the demand is overwhelming. Imagine a seedling of a tree of an avocado, Ash Avocado, costs 10,000 shillings. So if I produce just 100,000 pieces, so that's a lot of money. And others, so I've expanded. Even my level of skills have gone up really. Before that, I was not doing the bamboo production, but out of the intercourse with the ministry, I've been able now to gain the skills. And besides that, also I've expanded on my quantity of production. At least my quantity really it's great, and I could proudly say that in Lango, I think I may be the largest producer of a variety of tree types, and that's a great achievement. I give the ministry a thumb up.
In addition to tree planting, in an effort to reduce the uptake of firewood, the project has promoted the use of improved energy-saving cooking stoves through 18 women groups from the 3 catchments. The women groups were given skills and knowledge in cook stove production, marketing, and business management.
The stoves have reduced the cutting down of the trees because the other stones we used, you really used a lot of firewood, because the other side you put many, this way many, this way many. With the Lorena, you only have one inlet of the firewood. You can only use 3 and you complete cooking. You use 2 saucepans at a go. Cooking is very easy. It has really improved our livelihood in homes, because for us women, it is very easy to cook. When you come from the garden, it is not even children coming from school, then food is not ready. Food is just ready. And even it makes food, when food remains, it can remain there. It can be hot for the supper also. It is very easy to cook using these stoves here. It has simplified the cooking. It has also given us time to do for other things to do. because it is not time consuming.
The women are so happy. If you could have gotten somebody to translate you the song they sang, they're saying the cook stove is so hot, it cooks faster, it takes a little firewood, and then it doesn't burn their children like the children used to fall in the other stove they were used to use for cooking. But now this one is shielded and children complain they can't get burnt. When you go for one band of firewood, it takes you 1 week. Formerly, it will take 3 days, and you have to go back to the bush and look for firewood, and you go to far places, which was not good. But now with the teaching that the women have, that they have to have wood lots for firewood that can help you. Like the mature faster, they have a lot of branches, so you keep cutting, and they help you for cooking. That is helping the community.
Our dear visitors, you are warmly welcome. You are
Eureka's success is attributed to partnering with existing groups like the women groups and the tree nursery operators for sustainability.
Go down and feel at home. Welcome our visitors. Welcome to Ashanu. Welcome our visitors and feel at home.
So that was part one on the tree nurseries, woodlots, and improved cooking stoves. We did hear from our panelists, and of course from that video, about their experiences and testimonies. I'm glad when Clive was speaking, the fact that some women initially feared that their food would taste different, that has been cleared, and I'm glad Grace has, I think when Clive said this, I saw Grace smiling, because that was probably a very common question among the women who were being trained and being helped to understand the advantages of the cooking stoves that had been provided or they had been trained to use in their homes. I want to move to water harvesting and flood control. As the team lines up that video, I just want to alert Vivian Safari, Engineer Albert, and Leonardo Pio to stand by. You'll join us immediately after this video. You'll join us for our panel discussion. Let's have the video on water harvesting.
In order to try and enhance the resilience of communities to the impacts of floods and landslides, Ministry of Water and Environment, with support from the Adaptation Fund through Sahara and Sahel Observatory, have implemented the Eureka project since 2017. One of the key outputs of the project is establishment of water harvesting and flood control structures to reduce the speed and amount of water flowing downstream and instead harvest it in the gardens to improve the fertility of the soil. At the start of the project, the most affected areas were identified, communities were sensitized and supported to develop simple plans and designs of water harvesting and flood control structures. Construction of these simple structures has been done by the affected communities on their land and supported by the Eureka project. At Bilayelo Village, Orom East Parish in Kitgum District in Aswa Catchment, construction of a biophysical structure by the community is in progress.
There has been a lot of heavy flow of water from the mountainside down the valley, which used to disrupt the agricultural activity as well as their settlement. That's why they have decided to inform their local community and the district for this intervention to be done in this area. Because now this will enable them to continue farming in their land without any interference from the destruction of water that they used to experience over 10 years ago.
Geri Geri is a water-stressed sub-county yet prone to floods during the rainy season. To harvest rainwater, water retention ponds were constructed by the project to supply the community with water for production and domestic use during the dry season. Over the years, farmers at Kapkowet Village, Kitawosi Sub-County, Quine District experienced low crop productivity as a result of soil degradation. When Eureka project intervened, the most degraded areas were identified and restored through construction of 30 kilometers retention trenches and 5 population pits of 3 cubic meters each.
Siku ile likuwa bado chimba hapa frame ya maji. Likuwa
ilikuwa maji inachukua dongo naenda kwa mtoni. Sasa kitangu walichimba hii trace hii imesaidia sisi, saa hii dongo hapana enda kwa mtoni. Shida ile sisi iko, nataka panda chakula hapana saa. Shida ile sisi ilikuwa iko hapa, hata nataka panda nyasi hapana fanya, ng'ombe na piga tabu, ng'ombe na kufa.
So when the project came, it has helped us to establish the nature of our river banks, and has also helped us to control erosion which takes away soil from our gardens. The project has constructed for us drainages and has also planted for us grass and some trees. It has helped us to minimize the soil erosion and also reduce floods which disorganize our brothers and sisters living along Awaja River. We now have clean water for both domestic for domestic purposes, animals and people, and secondly that it has reduced the running water, which is soil erosion. We're also going to have grass for animals.
In Maziba catchment, a number of communities are using flood control and water harvesting structures to decrease soil degradation in the area.
Takatandikire fanya chine impaha tukatwina ubuzibu buhango munonga itaka ryitu rikani rigenda tuhinge misiri egenda murova nejo cyaberi hina kahanga ejonjo naye twarwo mutunga egenda ekamena zona zitenguka amizi Rwanda gashoye kwitaka gaba mabi kare bibanka byagana imiti yone hendagurika bwanyuma kwe turyaho twabona ikibina cya Yureka kiri kutamburana kija ko hatukatwene n'abantu ababere bakuzakuzeremo bari kumanya byo kuhinga harwa akacweka ko batandikiremo nibwo bijire bakabatwanjurira kuba batwanjurira nibwo batwegese kutushemerere gukora fanya kintu nibwo tutandikire tukakora mbwe no bwiro butandikire gukora enankeji amizi tigaci tutahirira nituhinga ayimini nitwara fanya chini ebihingwa bitwahinga bitatwarwe mutunga ubundi tora tuganyirwa mu kintu cyangwa munonga.
At Kanyate village, Chibuga parish in Maziba catchment, farmers are using reverse contour terracing to continue their cultivation. The contours were constructed in 2021 by the communities themselves after training at Kachwekano Research Institute in the same year.
Batwegeza ngo kuturarime bina ibiduramu by'amezi garahishiramu kwamara kuhinga batutebekanisiza baturetere fuka eforogo esururu buri kimwe cyo baturetera nembibo twahinga hati kuko amare turi kusharura ohinzire kirina twasharura mu kiro 9 ohinzire kiro 50 zemondi kwasharura mu ebidipinka mukaga kiro rukaga ngati kituhera mani n'abaturaze bo mu mbaje bona bayija bakareba umusharo gubere gurimo bashemererwe.
Through the efforts of Eureka project, up to 400,000 cubic meters of water storage has been created in the different hotspots, and the communities have reported a big change in the flooding events, which has led to saving of lives, homes, and animals.
All right, so that was water harvesting and flood control. I want to invite, you'll notice on the program we've changed it quite a bit. We moved to part 3, which is water harvesting. I want to invite Vivian Safari, Technical Officer at Chigezi Diocese, and Engineer Albert Anguria, Secretary Awoja Catchment Management Committee, and Leonardo Pio, or Jock, Chairperson Aswa Catchment Management Committee, District Chairperson Agago. Feel free to sit anywhere since you're only 3. There's no specific seat for that. Maybe I'll begin with you, Chair. Leonard, let's talk about how best these technologies that were highlighted on the screen a short while ago, how best can we have these technologies promoted under the Eureka project for water harvesting and flood control structures be upskilled, especially among the communities which you lead?
Thank you, moderator. Like you said, my name is Opio Leonard Jok, the chairperson of our Catchment Management Committee, which comprises a number of districts, which include but not limited to Abim, Agago, Amuria, Leptong, Lamour, Uyam, Kole, Kitgum, Kapielebong, Bulu, and the others. Maybe those who come from that place can raise up their hand for recognition. There they are. What the question requires of us is to come up with a mechanism of, number one, sustaining the benefits of the current intervention, the current benefits. What do we do? How do we sustain? Then secondly, how do we bring on board more people to benefit from this wonderful intervention? Then lastly, how do we increase the coverage? So in my thinking, I believe that if the followings are done, we could upscale the benefits of this intervention. Number one, we have to embark very seriously on campaign to change the mindset of people. Attitudinal change lies at the bottom of it all. This could include exchange visit. Take the doubting Thomases to other places where the intervention have been very, very successful. About 1.5 months ago, a team from northern Uganda were taken to Kabale, and they witnessed the restoration of wetland. And when they went back, they became the advocates of changes. So I believe if we carefully, in a coordinated way, take people who do not believe, to see what has happened in other places, they will come back and they will become our trainers of trainers. What is important is to provide people with alternatives. You know, some people believe that it is only by planting cabbages, tomatoes on the river banks that they can generate income. But if it is explained scientifically to them that if you restore the wetland, there are other economic activities like grazing of animals, you can begin dairy farming like in other places. So if people are given alternatives to planting tomatoes, digging the waterways, they will actually embrace them. Two, we have to promote public-private partnership. Like in Agago, there is a company called EcoWays. They are raising seedlings of bamboos. And these are being planted along the waterways, and a lot of restoration activities are ongoing. So when we involve the private sectors, at least they will have the time and the money to increase the activities of maintaining our wetland and restoring where they have been damaged. Another intervention that is important to promote is the formation of cooperatives. I've seen it in many places. When people form themselves into cooperative, they themselves will convince the members. Like I give the example of Olupe Waterways in Agago district, where there are about 62 cooperatives. They are now into apiary, they're into fish farming. They have now abandoned growing crops on the waterways. So when you promote and facilitate the formation of cooperatives, I think we'll go a long way to restore our wetland. Then for the district, for local government, we have to promulgate bylaws, ordinances that will enforce the restoration of wetland, planting of more trees, agro activities that will support our environment. Then last but not least, environmental concern, restoration of waterways should become part and parcel of the district planning processes. Let it be in the budget. Let us make sure that it becomes a cross-cutting, so that when the engineers are planning their road construction, they must clearly point out how it will positively impact on our environment. In agriculture, let us train the extension workers to become the advocates of our environmental protection. So for the district, we have to use the law. The laws will take its own course by promulgating laws that will be enforced.
Okay.
I rest my case.
All right. Thank you very much, Opio. I'll now move to Engineer Albert, Secretary Awoja, catchment area. Let's talk about the impact of water harvesting and flood control structures to the affected communities. You want to give us your experience, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Manguria Albert. I come from the islands of Queen in the Mount Elgon area. Now, I want to say that I'm the district water engineer as well as the secretary of Awoja Catchment Management Committee. And like my colleague said, I think I'm in charge like how many? 14 plus districts. So members of the Awoja, if you are in the house, Awoja Catchment, can you show by show of hands? Yeah, they are around. So, like we've seen, the flood control structures have helped a lot, more especially in the mountainous areas of Kavali and Queen, Kapchorwa, and Bukwa, to reduce on erosion. You know, in the mountain, the terrain is so high, such that the soils are washed away very quickly. So by construction of these erosion control structures, a lot of soil was retained, which used to go downstream to the rivers and the flat areas, causing siltation. So in the long run, you find that even the soil fertility increased, and this resulted into high yields for the farmer and eventually high incomes, which was not previously the case. Also, on the other side, the retention capacity of the soils was improved because the soils were not now moving at a very high speed. And once the retention of the water is retained in the soil, then definitely the percolation rate also moves slowly, and this results into more water to be released to the water aquifers during the dry spell. Now, along these control structures, the beneficiaries definitely grew some pasture for their animals. And because of the availability of pasture, definitely even the animals got food, and as a result, more milk was got by the farmers, and this also has resulted into high incomes. Then, because of these percolation structures and the grass, you find that the water which was flowing downstream to the river is more cleaner than before. And this has actually helped to ensure that we have clean water for both the animals and the human beings. Then the other issue, which I think the project has done, is building the local capacity of the benefiting communities. I think you saw from the video people digging their own trenches, which means they were getting skills. And as we talk now, they are now upscaling those skills to areas where they have not been, where these structures have not been done. And this is a very good thing because they inculcates into their minds the issue of ownership. So they are now owning those structures. They are not calling it Eureka, but they are calling it their own. Then I think as a result of the increased vegetation cover, and you know, some of the trees which were planted along those structures like Saspania are now being used to become firewood. And by so doing, it is also helping to make sure that the environment is protected. Because instead of going for all those other things, otherwise but these control structures included things like check dams, retain bonds, and underground tanks like we saw in Kabal. I beg to.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer. Let me come to Safari. Safari, you're a service provider who was ensuring the success of these interventions. And I wanted to quickly ask you, what processes did you as a service provider follow to ensure these successes?
Thank you very much.
Switch it on. There's a button there, the big one. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I'm Vivian Safari from Kigezi Diocese. I work as an integrated water resource management officer. So when Eureka project selected on us as service providers, Kigezi Diocese Water and Sanitation Program, there is a process we followed, and in the first place, I must say that the communities are appreciating that the adverse effects of climate change are real. And therefore, when we were selected on, we first conducted feasibility studies to assess the magnitude of the effects of climate change in the selected sites in the areas of Maziba catchment where we are supposed to be operating. After conducting the feasibility studies, then we also had to do stakeholder mapping, where in any case we sought about the different stakeholders that would be engaged in the process of assuring that everything, all the assignment that was given to us would be complete. And that, at the end of the day, we also met different religious leaders, opinion leaders, the local councils, and even the team of Eureka, which was down there in Maziba, was also part of the stakeholder matrix or mapping, which would at the end of the day help us to ensure that the process is followed in the process of implementing the Eureka project. So when we did the stakeholder mapping, then it was followed by holding initial meetings, or what we call community meetings. And for this, it was done at the real scenes, or the real sites, which was basically selected from the initial stages. And these initial meetings would help us to map together, plan together, and ensure that these community members at the end of the day own the project and also participate fully in all the plans that would be put on paper, and then practically get engaged in the process. And when we did this, finally, we also came to ascertain that when we have selected the stakeholders, when we also did the community mapping, and in this community mapping, the community members would also help us now to tell us the historical trends or the events that has happened in the different communities on the different sites, which was helping us also now assess the magnitude of the disasters, the magnitude of the floods, and how basically we can now design the plans together and all the processes that would be engaged in the process of ensuring this project is also put on board. So they helped us to draw hazard maps, and we also participated together in, so for example, having seasonal calendars drawn, and also some of these activities would also engage the communities in ensuring they also identify the specific coping or adaptation and mitigation measures themselves, and that would also at least ensure that when they identify these coping or mitigation measures, then they would, at the end of the day, own it. And the process also engaged, these communities to identify hotspot areas and sites of demonstration, because at different micro-catchments, you would find that the micro-catchment would be maybe degraded totally, but now having these sites identified and having these hotspots areas, put on board, then would be also to engage these communities together, work to ensure this. For example, if they have selected to use percolation pits or check dams, or if we are to excavate soil and water conservation channels, or if the gullies have been completely, degraded the environment, then we'll be able to plan together and also put in place the gabion walls as barriers for this runoff. So the process also engaged, hands-on practicals, and this was very pertinent because whenever we had different days, which was also a keynote of the communities we would be engaged in, they had specific days, and in Kabale, for example, we call it Burunju Bansi. So such specific days, the community members would mobilize themselves at the end of the day and come to really participate in, for example, digging, it is excavating and constructing the gabion walls. And I would be able to inform the members that when these members practically got engaged, then even skill development came on board, because the gabion walls that you saw in the videos, that was using the stones and the mesh, but the stones would be collected by the communities, and at the same time also using our artisans to train the members, especially the youth, who would also get a skill at the end of the day. So this process also ensured that by the fact that we would have specific days or in a week or in a month to also monitor, supervise, and engage the communities, then we would be able also to report to the different partners, for example, the Yoleka team, which was based in Kabare, and I will also go together at the different sites to see what is being done with these communities. In summary, I would say that we had three pillars which enabled us to really achieve this process: the collaborative management, the partnership, and then the cooperation between us, the service provider, as Kigezo Diocese, which was selected on as a consultant, and finally the team which was also down there in Kabare, which was representing Yoleka. And we said together we achieved. And even when you go down in the communities which we served, at least the activities are ongoing and the communities are doing it by themselves. I submit.
Thank you very much, Safari. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Safari, Opio, and Engineer Albert. Please take your seats. I'm trying to manage time so you can have lunch on time, so we are able to come back and complete the day's activities on time. We will now move to the demonstration centers. On your program, that would have come in the afternoon as part 4, but we brought it up as part 3, and then we've moved part 2 to lunch. So part 2 and part 5 will run concurrently. So let's move to demonstration centers / plots. We'll run this video, and then I'll invite Bosco, Pamela, and Dr. Alex and Ida to join me on the panel. But let's have the video first.
One of the key components of the Eureka project was to build capacities of extension services and institutions at sub-catchment, catchment, and water management zone level to support local communities and knowledge management. Some of the key stakeholders targeted for capacity building included extension services staff from different sectors, district-level staff, as well as communities affected by floods and landslides. The Ministry of Water and Environment entered into a memorandum of understanding with NARO to set up 3 demonstration centers to facilitate capacity building through training and experience sharing. The Nazari in Serere district focused on ecosystem conservation. The Ngeta Zadi in Lira focused on income generating activities, while the Kachwekano Zadi in Kabale focused on water harvesting and flood control.
We have established that a 50-meter squared land, 500 square meter, 5 land, was able to give us 15 bags of potato. And we planted it with only 100 kilograms of seed potato. But what did we do? We had, of course, terraced it, so there's no erosion. We added in some manure to increase the geology, and then we weeded well to cater for the environment, and then also manage the diseases. And these potatoes yield. Now, in the community where they have degraded land, from 100 kilograms, the maximum they can get is 7 bags. When they are put in fertilizer, they are sprayed, they are done what? But here, we are able to get 15 bags.
Nyanukurgahe chitongole cha kaula cha ijira mazima turije. Tukatera zafanya chini, twahinga twatereza, enjura yerali yateruguru, erahikira nkahe mulezi imbinga zitugere, hamwe na kariyandure zitugere tekarenga. Eja yaja efitinga nkomu, ebimera bigume birije. Kutwaherize twagumizamo ebitwahingamu jayera, kabeji, ubutunguru, entura, nangaji obuchori ebihimba twatwerize ebihimba jamani nyo nabwo tinkabona gatinjire ebihimba nkebyo.
We want everybody who has a degraded landscape to come and learn from here how we can stabilize his landscape. We want everybody who has land under productivity to come here, learn how we can increase production. Everybody who has degraded watersheds, we want them to come here and see how we can improve and rehabilitate watersheds. Those people that are degrading wetlands to grow vegetables, to grow crops, Irish potatoes, we want them to come here and learn how we can produce those crops in the uplands of Kabale without necessarily degrading the wetlands.
DECA project is supporting Ngeta Zadi, one in two ways. One, it is supporting Ngeta Zadi in building its capacity through providing some facilities, and that was through civil works. And these include rehabilitating of conference hall. I hope you're able to see a conference hall so that we can have a site for people to train. We also support us in rehabilitating fish ponds. I think we're able to see fish ponds down there. There are 17 fish ponds, 8 nursery and 9 grow-out ponds. And then lastly, they are also supporting us in rehabilitating micro-irrigation, so that we can demonstrate farmers that they can work despite climate change. They can also produce using micro-irrigation.
Basically, what we're trying to do here, in as far as trying to reduce on tree cutting in the country, is to use briquettes as an alternative source of fuel for cooking. So instead of people and communities going in to cut so many trees, and in a way that helps us to conserve our environments and reduce on disturbing the environment by cutting down the trees. So as we also do that, we can also take advantage, especially for the youths and women, because you can just collect any rubbish that you would just throw away, and you use it to produce this. So it provides kind of some employment to the youth, to the women, to the disabled people, and that generates for them the income. This facility has been planted here. It's going to be a training unit for especially TESO here and also the country at large. Like for all the extension workers and the Ministry of Agriculture who are supposed to speak out to the people on environmental conservation can always come here and then undertake this training, go and replicate to the various communities where they come from. So one other thing that we do, which is in line with the briquette making and environmental conservation, is actually tree planting. Within here, if you just went out the other side, you would see a nursery shed where we are also multiplying or doing nursery trees and then multiplying tree species, especially the indigenous type, to this area, and we give out to the farmers as a donation. We also sell some of them, but at subsidized prices.
A total of 11,726 people have directly benefited from the capacity building activities and replicated them in their respective communities, increasing their resilience.
That's a bit incomplete. I'm sure there's a sentence missing on that video. Apologies for that. But that was really looking at the demonstration centers and plots. So I'll quickly invite our panel for this session. Bosco Odong, former chair of the Aswa Catchment Management Committee. Pamela Geiga from Maziba, TOT Mushroom Growing, Agriculture Officer, Bubare Sub-County. Dr. Alex Bareche, Director, Kachweka Nozono Agricultural Research and Development Institute, NARO. And finally, Ida Tumuheire, United Innovation Development Center. All right. So do I begin as the others are coming? I don't want to keep my two panelists waiting. I'll begin with you, Chair Bosco. The local governance structures and local governments in collaboration with the research institutes, how can this work to enhance the uptake of demonstration knowledge among communities?
Thank you so much, moderator. As you've said, my name is Bosco Dongo. I'm the chairperson emeritus of Otuke District, but currently I'm the chairman general of Northern Uganda Regional Development Forum. That is a forum that brings together 29 districts in the entire North, West Nile, Acholi, and Lao sub-region on issues to do with development. It was launched by the president on the 19th, on 29th, 2019 in Muni. As far as the question you have asked, I start by looking at the mandates that local government has and then the mandates that the different ZADIs have. You see that the mandate for the ZADIs are mostly for research, provision of appropriate technology, provision of crop varieties, improved versions of doing things, and they do it through research and development with a practical approach. Then with the local government, you see that their mandate is mostly service delivery. And out of these two, the entire team that works with the local government have a complete structure that is always used from the district up to the lowest administrative units, that's the village, up to the households. And all this can be used in an integrated approach to make sure that the appropriate technology that is being generated from the different ZADIs can be utilized. One good thing is that the ZADIs have a fully fledged team of researchers that are evidence-based. And like a case in Ngeta, I remember the director was around, maybe he could stand up. Dr. Laban, yes, he's there. If you're not jealous, you can clap for him. Yes, they have done a commendable job to the districts around by providing alternative ways of doing things and approaches. And theirs is hands-on because they have demonstration plots, demonstration sites. But in local governments, you find that the planning unit is there, but there's an adequate planning capacity. You find that the local government can use collaboration and partnership with the ZADIs to make sure that the appropriate technology that is being generated can be used to cascade production and productivity to the lowest level. A case in point, like we have been using rudimentary ways of planting seeds, but you find that through smart farming and smart agriculture these days, people have gone beyond that. They're using Boston Dynamics, they're using artificial intelligence, and they're using unmanned aerial vehicles, what we call the drones. And that one has really gone very far. But a step forward is always better than 3 steps backward. I want to cite an example where we have been using the ox plow to do our cultivation and even for planting. But Serere Agricultural Research Institute has gone an extra mile now. They have even introduced a way of using the animals to carry out the weeding of some of the crops, which is a good step in the right direction. And I know that that will be used to improve production and productivity. The second aspect that I see is that it is very easy for local government to make sure that whatever has been generated reaches the final consumer, that is the household. And I feel that through collaboration with this, the Research Institute, the local governments from the different areas are able to get appropriate technology and even the right variety of crops and even the type of animals that would be used there and the way they should handle it so that production and productivity can be increased. I beg to recognize my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll quickly turn to Pamela. Pamela, as a trainer of trainers, let's look at the knowledge you gained, through the demonstration centers set up by the Eureka project. How did this benefit you, first of all, of course, as a trainer of trainers, and the community you are supporting?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm Geiga Pamela, an agriculture officer, Valley Sub-County. Rwanda district. Well, the training have benefited me a lot. When they contacted me to go and train with the farmers, I said, I had some knowledge on mushroom growing, but I had not developed all that passion. So when I went for that training, I acquired the skills, the knowledge, and most of it passion for mushroom growing. So that's where I started, and I moved on. Then I've benefited a lot. First of all, the knowledge that I've got, I've been able to use it to even my farmer, to transform it to my farmers. At least I have a number of followers who have benefited from me through the trainings I acquired from Eureka. Then it has also improved on our household income. At least I'm able to get some side income besides my salary, to get some money to make us push us as a family. Then I've also developed a passion for my children. Even if I die now, I know my project will continue moving on because they love the project of mushroom growing. For example, I have a son in Chitovu. When they were looking for someone to train them in mushroom growing, my son told their child, please, my mom knows how to grow mushrooms, and even myself, I know how to do mushrooms. So they've called me to go to Chitovu and train the senior 3 students on mushroom growing. So I feel I have benefited a lot from this training. Then of course, domestic violence. To me, now my husband cannot point a finger on me because he knows I've got the money from mushrooms. So I will not disturb him saying that we don't have salt in the home. We don't have soap. So he knows that at least those ones are covered, and if we shall not have a lot of conflict in our home. You know, that one is brought about by being broke. Then of course on a nutritional level, in our home, at least they know when mom prepares mushrooms, it's their most delicious meal. So they are always happy, and even the children say, oh mom, we need mushrooms. So I normally make it as a meal for the family, and they all get happy. Then social capital, it has exposed me really. That's why I'm even here, because of mushroom growing. I can't fail to say that one. You know, the exposure I've got, I've even talked to the MPs from Mbale. They've given me an appointment to go and train their farmers. So I will also be a change agent, those people of Mbale, not only in Chigezi, on mushroom growing. I thank you. Then on the issue of our community,
yes.
How has the community benefited from my trainings?
Yes.
First of all, through the farmers I've trained, I've been able to form a group of mushroom growers, which is comprised of the youth and the women. So at least we are on board, and I know we shall continue to rob, and then move on with the parish development model, and then even the Eureka, we have the cooperatives. I want to take my group to the cooperative so they can benefit more and be able to move on with the capital and loans they will get from the project. Then, of course, we've given out employment. Through my trainings, we've been able to grow mushrooms on a large scale, and at least we've given the youth and the women to go on selling the mushrooms, thus getting employment opportunities through my trainings. Then on another, of course, we have also improved on the nutritional levels in those homes. You know, Kabale has been of course, we've been having a challenge of malnutrition,
yes.
But the mushrooms we are growing, at least the farmers are able to eat and at the same time sell on these mushrooms. So I really thank you, and I have built the capacities of so many farmers and the youth, so we are on board, and I feel we've really benefited, myself and the entire community. Of course, I thank you very much. And
thank you, Pamela. I am glad you're speaking about inclusion now in the communities, in your community. It would be nice to look at the GBV reports from your area. There may be no gender-based violence in your community.
They've reduced to a maximum.
Clearly, because the women are the ones with the money.
True.
And you definitely need to respect that. I want to thank you, Pamela, for your testimony, but also sharing with us the benefits to the community. I will turn to Dr. Alex quickly on the ability for NARO to sustain that infrastructure that was put in place, and of course, the knowledge and information generated for the long-term benefit of the communities. What is NARO going to do about that?
Thank you, our moderator. Well, once again, my name is Alex Vareche. I work as the director of Kachweka Nozono Agricultural Research and Development Institute. The Ministry of Water and Environment signed an MOU with National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, under Eureka. In this project, NARO is represented by 3 institutes. One is Kachweka No, which I head. There is Ngeta, headed by Dr. Raban Triageda. You can stand up. Then there is Nasari, the National Semi-Arid Resources Research Institute, headed by Dr. Ugen. And in this project, we have NARO staff who have been participating with us. NARO staff present, please, can you either show hands or stand up? So this project, under the framework of that MOU, we have built capacity of farmers. So far as you have heard in the video, around more than 11,000 farmers, not only farmers, more than 11,000 stakeholders have been trained. And these stakeholders include farmers, they include local governments, they include extension workers and students. So we believe as NARO, this is a critical mass that can spread the message beyond the project. Also, under this project, infrastructure, NARO as an institution, we received infrastructure. We had a project under, it was funded by World Bank, and this project constructed conference facilities. And these conference facilities are in each of these institutes. But under this project, there were no resources to equip them to be able to support the training function. So under this project, we were able to receive equipment and facilities to make these conference facilities fully functional. Then again, some infrastructure were rehabilitated in Ngeta, in Kachwekano, in Serere. Then also, we also had an opportunity to get water harvesting equipment. And this water harvesting equipment, it was supportive in terms of irrigation and other facilities. Some of you who participated in the stores there, we had mushroom growing, there is peanut butter. So these are the things that we have achieved through this project. But as an organization, one way of sustaining these initiatives is we have incorporated in our work plans measures, getting resources to ensure that these facilities keep running. So our work plans have resources to maintain this infrastructure that we got through this project. Then another one is we are looking at commercializing some of these products so that we are able to earn an income. For instance, in Ngeta, they are now engaged with UBOS for certification of peanut butter, of shea nut butter products. So we believe as an organization, through these efforts of including them in our work plans, through the efforts of commercializing the products in mushrooms, in the peanut butter products, we should be able to sustain these initiatives that have been achieved under this project. Finally, under government programs, we have a program, National Development Plan 3. Under this program, we have, under this project, we have a program under natural resources. This natural resources program is led by the Ministry of Water and Environment. It is good we have initiated a collaboration under this project, and we believe we can work together and plan to sustain these initiatives for now and the future. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex. I'll finally with Ida. Ida, let's talk about affordability and how adaptable the technology is, especially when you look at the briquette making, which was another area of knowledge sharing for the local persons. How is it easy for the communities to be able to begin making their own briquettes, especially for the community where you are operating during this Eureka project?
Thank you so much, moderator. Ida Tumuhirwe is my name. the Managing Director of United Innovations Development Center, and on Eureka project was the service provider for providing briquette training machines, training and construction of demonstration center for briquettes in Serere and in Ngeta. So I have been tasked to talk about the affordability of this technology to the local person. First of all, energy is something that we all need in our daily lives, daily. So briquettes can really be affordable to each person. The material we use are available. The machines that we fabricate are locally fabricated, and they are not very expensive, meaning that each person can afford the briquettes. Because when you compare briquettes with the normal charcoal, when you look at the price, the briquettes are cheap compared to the normal charcoal. If you look at another source of energy, which is biogas, it is expensive. You look at electricity, is expensive. When you look at firewood, cutting trees, you are destroying the environment. So the only alternative way of conserving the environment could be the briquettes that promotes environmental conservation. I will also be talking briefly about some other advantages of using the briquettes, whereby there is improving livelihood of people by getting income. Then there is also reduced waste disposal on the environment. This promotes clean environment. Then the briquettes, they are very clean. When you look the place where I was, where I have put the briquettes there is no dust. The briquettes are smoke-free, so they are affordable, and I call upon the stakeholders to embrace the use of briquettes and start making the briquettes. In conclusion, I thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ida. Please do stay seated, just in case there will be a specific intervention for the four of you. But we also had two sessions before this, water harvesting and flood control, but we also looked at the tree nurseries, forestation, and improved cooking stoves. And in case there is quick questions, because I have 10 minutes before I invite you to lunch, but as I wait for you to prepare those questions, allow me to recognize our two very important guests, the honorable members of parliament who sit on very, very important oversight committees in parliament that are important for our discussion today, but also for climate action. The Honorable Vihiga Lawrence Songa, the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change. Please stand for recognition, Honorable. And the Honorable Apollo Ofono, who is a member of the Natural Resources Committee. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us this afternoon and finding time. We know that you're in a small parliament break, but tomorrow you're back in business with the State of the Nation. So, any quick interventions? I have 5-6 minutes before I ask the MPs to say one or two words. We may not have them the entire day. Quick questions, comments? It could be on either of the other panels, because the panelists are still here, so they haven't left. I think the panels did a fantastic job. The two other panels, I will come to you. Do we have the other mic? Oh, it's here. No, it's still up here. It's all right. Any other? So I know where you are before I invite the MPs to say one or two words. Yes. Your name?
Thank you very much. I'm Okulo Robert, the subcounty chairperson, LC3 Angeta, Leptong District, Ajuri County, as well as the chairperson of Aswa One Sub-Catchment Management Committee, where the flood control and the tree nursery fall under. Just I want to give a supplement on the impact of the flood control within the community. On the issue of flood control, the intervention was done, and our community is now resilient enough to control the flood in case of any flood in future. And in flood control, when we are supposed to make it, there are three key things which we need to analyze, all the three technologies. When you are making the flood control, and which our community is well versed of it, when you are making the flood control, you should make sure that you make your flood control at the upper part of the water, whereby you can control from a part of the source of the water, so that other places could be controlled automatically. That is one key thing which our community are well versed of it. And the second one, when the flood is coming, you should make sure that the heap of the soil should be at the opposite side of the water, so that when water hit, it will not go through to that hole. That heap should be there to control or to withstand the speed of water, so that when the water is coming to the water, to the trench, you could easily manage. And the few water which is just coming vertically, it will go with a low speed, whereby it cannot close the trench for the control of the floods. And lastly, the community are now controlling their own flood, whereby they hold up resilient, they have knowledge, so that they can manage. And for that matter, I think the issue of sustainability through these approaches we will sustain in the community as the stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'll have a lady here, then I'll ask the Honorable Songa to address us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to thank so much the presenters, in particular, the one of mushroom growing. As the one who trained her, we are so grateful as JB and proud of you. Now what we think, what should be now the platform on the next stage, the farmers we trained, they are now doing very well in the field. So they need to graduate to the value addition on mushroom growing. As you have seen, we have mushroom wine there, mushroom powder to make your soup, which becomes very expensive when you come to hotels like this. And we make them at home, and our children be very happy. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm glad you're getting feedback, quick feedback from your training. Okay, I think we are good. Chair Emeritus?
Thank you so much, moderator. As I'd said before, after getting to know that the members of parliament sit in the committees that can really affect whatever we are going to do, I beg to make the following submission. Out of the research institutes that we have, like Fongeta, they came out with about 9 income generating activities which are really very customized to the local population. And I feel that out of all those, fish farming, mushroom growing, or briquette makings, or apiary, and all those lines, I feel that is something that if captured and included into the policy of whatever we are doing, should be able to make sure that the local population gets out of the ordinary poverty, because the level of investment you give into that is always very minimal. I'm talking out of experience, and it's very easy to follow up, so that you can easily use the different structure, like the PDM which is being used now. In cases that being generated by the research institute can be taken up to household level, I felt that it would be good that under Eureka, which gave us that capacity to be built, the local population can be pulled out of poverty, abject poverty, using very simple measures that are environmentally very friendly. I wanted to request that, if possible, you could dissect it more, and then you can see how you can put it into government program and policies so that we change the lives of Ugandans. I say this for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we give them a round of applause? You can now take your seats. Thank you very much, Dr. Alex, Pamela Geiger, Ida Tumheire, and Chair Emeritus Bosco Odong. I want to now take the pleasure of inviting the Honorable Viika Lawrence Songa, Chair Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change, to come and greet this august house and share with us your conversation on climate action, since you chair a very, very important committee in Parliament.
Thank you, moderator. The director WRM, I know the minister has already left us. The representatives from the Sahara and Sahel Observatory, the people from Adaptation Fund, the people from Ministry of Water and Environment, people from civil society, local governments, private sector and academia present, good afternoon. My name is Viika Lawrence Songa, Member of Parliament for Ora County in Zombo District in West Nile. In Parliament, I'm the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change, and I also sit on the Natural Resources Committee. We came, two of us, with Honorable Apollo Yeri Ofono, MP Tororo Municipality, and also a member of the Natural Resources Committee. Actually, Honorable Yeri has come up with a motion for water harvesting, which will be presented in Parliament soon. So he needs your support. First of all, our apology because we came late because of other engagement. Yesterday we came back from Chamkwanzi, where we were talking about household income and wealth creation. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Parliament, especially the committee responsible for in this line, to thank you for the invitation, especially as we close on this very important project. I want also to thank the funders of this very important project, and I want to thank the local communities that participated to see that this project was implemented up to the end. I understand it is more to increasing the resilience of the communities in Awoja, Aswa, and Maziba. These are very important watersheds, and Uganda's economy depends on this watershed, whether we talk of electricity, agriculture, alternative income generating activities, maybe beekeeping and so on. They depend, the economy depends on the health of this watershed. If they are properly managed, then we shall be able to power our economy. So it is very important that they are sustainably managed. These are not the only watersheds in Uganda, so we still need cooperation and resources so that we can manage many other watersheds. The economy being agro-based, and we are talking about agro-industrialization, that means we have to double production in agriculture. But to double production in agriculture, we need sustainable land management, we need rains. We need also to move away from rain-fed agriculture so that we can have produce that can go to the industries. But still that will require electricity that are powered by some of these watersheds. So it is very important that we address this nexus. Floods and landslides, disasters that are coming, I think the success stories of some of these initiatives will help areas in Uganda that are still prone to landslides and floods. And I hope there are people from Office of the Prime Minister in this meeting, because that is where the disaster issues are discussed. And for a very long time, we had been saying what we need is not taking relief after disasters. What we need in this country is preventing the disasters from happening or being prepared. We want preparedness. So if we know that at this spot in Awoja, this is the hot spot for flooding, we must manage it before the floods come. I think that is the right direction we are taking. As a committee of climate change in Parliament, we are required to make biennial report, and our next report is going to be around July, August, where we shall highlight on most of these initiatives taken in a country, in Uganda, especially in line with our updated NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution. So it will be a very good thing for us also to have a feel of the undertaking this project went through, and I will request the ministry together with the directorate so that we can also take the members of our committees, the members of the Climate Change Committee to Awoja, to Aswa, and also to Maziba, so that we can also see what has been done, and it should be able to be captured in our biennial report. This is the version we want, and disasters are causing a lot of loss and damage. If you can see what has happened to us in Katonga, it has been a very serious thing. But Katonga, partly the flooding is caused because of human activity. We know there are natural factors, but human activities are also amplifying, especially sand mining and also some agricultural practices being done there. Rice growing. So I think this is early warning to all of us, and we shall have to work together to see that some of these things are avoided, because the loss and damage is too much on us. And finally, there are other important areas, like areas along the Nile River. I want to thank again the Sahel and Sahara Observatory. I think it is Sahara and Sahel Observatory. The Nile River is like a tree. It has branches. Most of the branches of the Nile River, right from Uganda up to South Sudan, up to Sudan, they are being affected. They are being degraded. If you go to Zombo now, you will get one river called Nyagak, where they have put hydropower, which was supposed to generate 3.5 megawatts. It is now generating 1.7 because the water is not enough. And that is one important river feeding the Nile. So we really need to manage also the tributaries if we want to keep the Nile. So that is a discussion we can have another day. But I want to thank you for the invitation, and we pray that the report can be shared with us, but also we feel that as a committee we should go to the field so that we can also see the success stories. I think that will be very important. I want to thank all of you. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was from our Member of Parliament, who plays a critical role in supporting the Ministry of Water and Environment and spearheading the climate action, that the agenda of climate action that the ministry is promoting, and has also led various delegations to different fora that critically look at the interventions that must be put in place, but also the financing for these interventions that we keep talking about. And I'm glad this particular project, Dr. Kalist, is a part of the interventions that we are putting in place as a country. I know the energy levels are low, so we are going to have lunch. My humble prayer is that we are in the room at exactly 2:15. At 2:15, I will be kick-starting the next session, and that panel discussion will start at 2:15 with the video on I think it was. I'm trying to get a brief. If we look at what should have been our panel session 2, it will now become our panel session 4 after lunch. So please note 2:15, and we are having lunch downstairs in the garden. You will see the tent that's already been prepared for you. Please ensure you have a lunch coupon with you as you move out. If you don't have one, check with the secretariat at the back. So see you at exactly 2:15. Bon appetit. And just in case you left your phone somewhere, we picked this in one of the other rooms. Let us know. We have a mobile phone someone just left behind in one of the rooms outside this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats, I want to welcome you back from our lunch break. We've lost about 30 minutes and we'll try and recover it within our program this afternoon. So welcome back. We want to quickly run through our last two panels. And I'll quickly just check if we have our panelists here. The panel for wetlands and riverbanks. Do we have Sam Marinitwe here? Is Sam here? Sam is here? All right. Is Dr. Akatwijuka here, Rogers? Perfect. Cyprian Onyango? Cyprian, all right. So we have our panelists. So there's no reason why we shouldn't start. Tito Okwalinga? Tito? Perfect. So let's run the video on wetlands and riverbanks restoration. And immediately after that, I'll invite our panelists for our fourth panel.
Over the years, poor farming methods practiced by farmers, as well as degradation of landscapes, have led to the washing away of fertile topsoils when it rains, leading to the siltation of water bodies downstream like rivers. This has reduced the storage capacities of these rivers, leading to bursting of riverbanks and flooding during the rain events. On the other hand, many wetlands in Uganda have been encroached by communities practicing farming and other activities. The activities were responsible for degradation of the wetlands, leading to adverse effects of floods and droughts.
There was a time people lost animals, which you know, when the river floods, the people tie their animals around the river banks, and when it rains, when they are not at home, some of these animals are swept away by the floods. And all the crops along the riverbank are also destroyed. And this actually causes a lot of losses for the people. And that's why during this Awacha Catchment Management Committee, we saw it wise that the riverbanks must be conserved.
These issues were identified during the preparation of Aswa, Maziba, and Awoja catchment management plans. In an effort to address these issues, the Ministry of Water and Environment received funding from the Adaptation Fund through Saharan Sahel Observatory to enhance the resilience of communities in the three catchments to risks of floods and landslides. Through a participatory approach, 12 highly degraded wetlands and 9 highly degraded riverbanks were identified, and wetland and riverbanks restoration and management plans were prepared.
Actually, we have to deal with the people, we talk to the people, sensitize the communities, we engage everybody, local leadership, the religious leaders, the cultural leaders, we brought them together, and even the community themselves, not until they realize that, I think this is good now, where we are going, it is good, because why? Besides grazing cattle, actually even rain itself, we did not receive rains at the right time. The place become dry, and even some grass, the mushrooms, those charms that we used to get from the wetland, they were no longer there. I think people came together and said that no, we want to back and we want to support the ministry, we want to support the project of Eureka.
Communities in the most affected areas have been sensitized, trained in restoration and degradation ecosystems, and later supported with tools, inputs, concrete pillars, and live markers to demarcate and restore the prioritized river systems and wetlands. So far, 250.2 kilometers of all the 9 river system boundaries have been demarcated, leading to restoration of 720 hectares of riverbanks, while 308 kilometers of wetland boundaries have been demarcated and 548.7 hectares of degraded wetlands have been restored. This achievement is attributed to 9 out of 12 wetlands, and the success has not come without resistance in some wetlands.
The question was that people were complaining that maybe these people come up to take their land. So the project manager, again, went furthermore, tell people that no, the trees you are giving us is for you, the land is for you. So the only thing that we want you to lift the side of the riverbank. You plant the trees instead of cultivating up to that end.
In Maziba catchment, restoration has been progressive. The affected communities that were degrading these ecosystems have been identified, engaged and trained in different alternative income-generating activities that can enable them to use ecosystems sustainably. These include beekeeping, fish farming, mushroom growing, cookstove production, agroforestry, and many more. These communities have been also mobilized and supported to form water and environment cooperatives as a vehicle for revolving funds. The revolving fund will be used to support the community groups to carry out the selected income-generating activities sustainably.
This cooperative, Kiere Water and Environment Cooperative Society, chose 3 enterprises to deal with. 1, beekeeping apiary. 2, fish pond rearing, and then piggery. It is now at that level. Today, we are in a meeting to cluster our people. How many want beekeeping? How many want piggery? And how many would want fish keeping? Such that we shall group these people according to what they have chosen. And we shall also be minding of the locality so that they will be together and congregate together. We are looking at that this cooperative as that is going to do us advantage. 1, it is going to reunite people so that they learn to do things together. It is also going to lift those who had given up.
So far, a total of 11 water and environment cooperative societies have been formed in the 3 catchments. The cooperatives were formed with guidance from the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives and Uganda Cooperative Alliance.
In this project I am in, 993 people were affected by the demarcation of the wetland. And all the livelihood of these people was dependent on that. The government quickly thought wise in which way can these people be helped to continue surviving. Compensating people was not possible. So the government came up with a program of giving a revolving fund so that people could go and borrow that money, come and utilize and as an alternative livelihood for them. To access that money, it was not possible to give an individual. We are devised to form a cooperative society.
Intensive stakeholder engagement, trainings, and introduction of income-generating activities have led to the success of the restoration activities. Efforts to further engage the wetlands with resistance is ongoing.
I now want to invite our panelists on wetlands and riverbanks restoration. Sam Arinitwe. Sam Arinitwe is from Upper Maziba Sub-Catchment Management Committee as a chairperson. Sam, Kabale Division. Thank you very much. And the next is Dr. Katwijuka Rogers. Dr. Katwijuka Rogers is the Secretary of Maziba Catchment Management Committee, a senior lecturer at Department of Natural Resources at Kabale University. And we also have Cyprian Onyango. Cyprian Onyango is Karalet Water and Environment Cooperative Society chairperson. Cyprian, you're welcome. And finally, Tito Okwalinga, Chere Water and Environment Cooperative Society chairperson. He is our fourth panelist. All right. So, gentlemen, I want to start with Sam, because we're talking about the many wetlands and riverbanks that have been targeted by both the poor and the rich. The poor mainly using them for subsistence cultivation and for survival, and the rich, of course, for commercial agriculture and industries. From the short clip we watched a short while ago, we observed notable successes. What did you do differently to achieve this? You switch on there. There you go. Yes.
Thank you very much, Morris. Sam Alinit, as he said, is my name, and I'm the chairman, Central Division, Kabale Municipality, but also as the chair, Upper Maziba Subcatchment. As the question came in, of course, as Eureka, we believed in community engagement. That was our biggest way to achieve this project. And the formation of catchment management committees by the district leadership and sub-county leadership for sub-county sub-catchment committees helped us to bridge a gap between the project implementers and the community that this project was being conducted in. We ensured that every step by step, we engaged our people, and we also different stakeholders were brought on board. Like for wetlands restoration, we had NACOPANT, which did a tremendous job. We had SEGAM, which was handling the river banks, and of course also majorly what I want to share to our people is that the formation of different groups, especially the women groups, the youth groups, and also dealing with the local leadership, the village leadership. This is something that helped us to keep our people in know, and of course, us as politicians, we ensured that we maintained one message, because we have always had challenges as political leaders. Today we say this statement, then the next day we are trying to divert from the message that we shared a day before. And once politicians maintain the same message, then automatically it becomes easier to achieve this success. And lastly, what I can say is that I want also to say that the team really liked what they were doing, and there was that partnership between the team from ministry, the Eureka team, the staff. They never left us behind. We walked together the journey, and this is something that helped us to achieve these results. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'll turn to Dr. Rogers. Doctor, let's talk about sustainability. You know, you come from an area that has population pressure. There's the issues around the ecosystem that keeps increasing, the pressures around the ecosystem, the issues in your own area, Kabale, land fertility in the uplands, which is, of course, making the wetlands very attractive for our people in those communities. Under the Eureka project, this great work you have done, as Sam has highlighted, could be washed away, for lack of a better word, by the pressures that the communities are facing. So how are we able to sustain the Eureka project that has been undertaken in your area?
Thank you very much. As you correctly said, I'm Katwirka Rogers. Currently, I'm a lecturer at Kabale University, but till recent, I was serving as a District Natural Resources Officer, Kabale, and I'm the Secretary of Maziba Catchment Management Committee. You are most welcome. On the issue of sustainability, which is very, very important, because Eureka has done its part, but the success of Eureka will depend on upscaling and sustainability of the success stories. The strategies that are going to be championed to ensure sustainability, first of all, we are going to continue awareness and sensitization of the stakeholders. The Eureka project, of course, did not cover everybody and the entire community, but even those ones who were sensitized and trained and are in the process of mindset change, they need to be constantly reminded. Like the people who are in the media, they know the power of sensitization and the constant awareness. We can borrow a leaf from Coca-Cola and even MTN, all these big companies, they keep on bringing this message to us. So this one also, using our local radio stations, all different platforms, this message must be propagated on a daily basis. That it creates a right mindset change among the communities. Without that one, as you saw that there was some resistance, we shall get people resisting these kinds of successes. One of our panelists had even talked about visits to areas which have succeeded. We need to keep on propagating those, but also the visual demarcations that were propagated by Eureka. Because before Eureka, many communities showed ignorance of knowing where a wetland stops and where even a riverbank stops and even a lake shore. So now, with these demarcations, we have now been able to show. But not all fragile ecosystems, riverbanks, wetlands, and lake shores, not all of them were demarcated. So as a way of sustainability, we are going to lobby for even more resources and integrate all these into local government so that all these fragile ecosystems are demarcated with the permanent marks. I know we don't have a lot of time. Then another thing, we are talking of declining soil fertility. That's true. We are supposed to continue and intensify sustainable water and soil conservation measures. We have our check dams, and this one has to be holistic at a community level. All community members must participate, because if only a small section gets engaged in trenches, in check dams, then once the pressure of water increases, they will be overrun. So it has to be holistic. So all communities have to be mobilized to continue. We need more bylaws, we need more ordinances, so that this thing can be done holistic as a community. Then we are also trying to lobby government interventions, for example, the parish development model. If it can help us and bring fertilizers, it can subsidize the inorganic fertilizer and even organic fertilizers. Then most of these communities would access the fertilizers, but unfortunately, as of now, they are a little bit expensive and people may not be able to. But if the government can subsidize, and then every farmer gets the required fertilizer, then we can enhance on our already degraded soils. Irrigation, solar-powered irrigation, the President has also highlighted that, has also to be intensified, so that instead of people rushing into wetlands during the dry season, they can have production on uplands throughout the year by the help of these irrigation facilities. The last thing I want to submit, there would be so many, but others, so all these strategies have to be intensified. We are looking at technologies that require smaller space, high value. For instance, the mushrooms, you saw them, if you have the rabbits, all these will help to supplement. It will actually deter farmers from going to do some activities in wetlands. Though when we were working with the communities, there has now been also another challenge that has come up. We have a lot of safety in our communities. The farmers are always complaining about, raising their rabbits, and maybe some people want to steal them. And then finally, he talked about the population pressure. We actually look at the population pressure in the positive sense. We are saying we are championing activities of population management. We are saying let those people who have resources produce more children, whom they can adequately train to have a quality population. And let those ones who are constrained by resources have fewer children. It's now the other way around. People who have resources don't want to produce, yet we need people.
You need a market.
Yeah, and when they produce one or two and they have a lot of resources, these children get spoiled by excessive resources. So we are saying, if you are here, you are a commissioner, you are whatever, I would expect you to have maybe 5, 10 children or 20. But if you are a peasant farmer, maybe have 2 or 3. Because you, as a commissioner, director, as a chairman,
Yes,
you have the resources to produce the right quality population that would coexist with our nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rogers. What is now true, actually, Dr. Rogers, is that the commissioner may not be earning as much as a farmer lately. So you may find that the reverse may be better. The farmer who is assured of return and the meager resources of a commissioner. But that's a conversation for another day. Since Dr. Callisto wasn't here, I could say something. I want to turn to Cyprian. Cyprian, let's talk about the fact that the Eureka project demonstrated that ecosystems restoration is possible through the consensus-based approach. And so we are now wondering, how possible is it for government to scale up the restoration of ecosystems using a similar approach, even after the Eureka project?
Thank you very much, moderator, and ladies and gentlemen. Am I loud and clear? Yes, yes. As has been mentioned, I am called Cyprian Unyangu, right from Orom. Orom is in the east of Kitgum, and is the sub-county which borders Karamoja. If you have heard of Kitgum district being affected by Karamoja raiders, we are the people who are affected. And we ask you to pray for Orom people so that disarmament in Karamoja can be effected. This is an oversight, but it's very important. It's a national issue. Let's come back to the question. In fact, this is a very critical question as pertain the restoration of our ecosystem. It's critical because it has to do with permanent sustainability mechanism of the restored ecosystem. You see, restoration has never been a culture in this country. People do not know why we should restore our ecosystem. And you realize that the community, the very people who affects our ecosystem in a negative way. Now, it's not been a culture. If it has been a culture, there would be the right people to protect our ecosystem. Now, coming to the answers, maybe to suggested answers or solutions that I thought about, government can do a lot. Number one, to think of supporting the cooperative with continuous financial support to the cooperative. These cooperative societies is like a granary of the community. These are the community who used to cultivate on the river bank, and through excessive cultivation, they destroy the ecosystem. Now, if there is continuous financial support on the cooperative society, where they can borrow the money or get the financial support, they will automatically leave the riverbank. Number two, there should be a bylaw that is set by the community. A bylaw that governs the restoration of the ecosystem, govern the restored ecosystem. And these bylaws can be adopted by the local government at the district level so that it can be effective. If the community, they themselves participate in constituting this bylaw, and they also participate in enforcing this bylaw, then our ecosystem can be safe. Another issue that should also be considered is technical support. This community and the cooperatives might need technical support from our sector specialists. Sector matter specialists should continuously go to the cooperatives and give them technical support, technical advice. This advice could help to stop the community on encroaching on the wetlands, and at the same time make them concentrate on the alternative livelihoods. Last but not least, our ecosystem that we see or we have around is all God's given. Can we bring the government in the platform of creating an additional or alternative ecosystem that can be as a model in the country? We have places like Karamoja which are very dry, and it's really very difficult to restore the ecosystem in those places. But if we can make our own ecosystem, we can make our own rivers. The ministry should be charged to do this, Ministry of Water and Environment. What are you proud of? You must be proud of something that you have developed to show to the world, to show to the community, this is what the sample of what we want. And in future it will become a culture, because it is, you made it. I hope you are seeing the picture. Ladies and gentlemen,
yes,
there are a lot more that the government can do. If we have to maintain our restored ecosystem, we have to create a situation that is amicable to for the community. This situation can be economically, can be culturally, so that the cultural aspects also should support the ecosystem management.
All right.
Thank you very much, members.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cyprian. I'll quickly turn to Tito or Kwalinga. Let's look at the benefits for the communities after this, the restoration of the riverbanks and wetlands in your area. You want to quickly highlight those?
Thank you very much. My name is Okwalinga Henry Tito. I am the chairperson of the West Cooperative formed in one of the places in Aoja catchment area, that is Kiere, Kamurojo sub-catchment area. I would be cheating the public and everybody here who has put efforts to get this project done. I record and I commend that this project has been properly implemented because of three things. One, it was inclusive, stakeholder center, and it was involving everybody. Two, it was accompanied by studies, because I have to give a revelation data. Demarcation of the wetland has been done before, but because they were using enforcement method, it failed. So the benefits that we have come up with, it was because of the approach used. And the benefits include that before the demarcation of these places, there were a lot of land conflicts and cases because everybody was struggling for the wetland, which they never owned. And the cases involved cattle maybe eating the crops grown in the wetland. But after demarcation, we are now, I categorize demarcation as a peace creator. Nobody is again struggling for that land. And the animals have now free land to cultivate, to graze. So that is one of the benefits. Two, the demarcated places, I want to thank the previous panelists. The demarcated places, we have so far gained over 80% of restoration. Nobody is so far going back to that area because the demarcation is showing that this is where I end. But there are a lot of problems in a non-demarcated area. So it also calls that I think we need to continue with the problem of demarcating the land. the wetland. The other thing is that before demarcation, the natural ecosystem was destroyed by the farming and so on. But now, I'm assuring you that the natural ecosystem that filters the water has come back to exist. And it has improved the fishing. It has also improved the depth of the water bodies because the soil is no longer silting. So we have achieved that. Availability of some land for the animals to graze is now there. And it has encouraged the farmers who had given up with the cow rearing to rear the more cows. So that's a big achievement that we have gained in that area. The development of the natural ecosystem, we have already seen from the exhibition that they are now able to get water-related plants that they can use for that. We have equally achieved that now these plants have established themselves and they have even attracted the birds which are water-associated, which had migrated away to come back. So it's a big achievement because of that. We have now reduced the floods by the demarcation as well as the flood control, because now when it used to be when it rains, because of the silting of the water bodies, water would quickly run out and fill up even the upland, and that would be floods. But now because the water bodies have deepened, the filtering is taking place, the flooding in the uplands has completely reduced.
All right.
We have reduced the encroachment to this because now people have been given some alternative income whereby they are now concentrating in these cooperatives. They are doing the IGNs that they are being given. So it has reduced people concentrating on the wetland. My request is that I also recommend that we complete the demarcation. We continue sensitization. There are a lot of sensitization programs carried by ministry here.
Right.
But if they are brought to the level of the cooperatives who are within the communities, they can give people more guidance.
Okay.
The involvement of the people, especially the local leaders and the politicians, people believe in them more than somebody else coming. And that is why this program has achieved, and we hope to sustain the achievement. Thank you very much.
Very much, Tito Kwalinga. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause for our panel? I want to request the team to take their seats. Samari Neitwe, Dr. Rogers Katwijuka, Cyprian Onyango, and Tito Okwalinga. Thank you so much for your contribution. And of course, speaking cooperatives, I want us to turn to the very final panel on water and environment cooperative societies. I'll introduce this very short video, then I'll invite our panelists. Our panelists, Laban Makei, Tusingwire, and Ivan Asimwe. Please stand by. I'll invite you immediately after this video.
The Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Eureka project, demarcated and restored 12 highly degraded wetlands and 9 highly degraded riverbanks. This meant that the local people who had derived livelihoods from these wetlands and riverbanks had to vacate them. To ensure sustainability and to prevent local communities from going back to the restored systems, Eureka project introduced environment-friendly income-generating activities to the affected persons. These include beekeeping, shea nut butter value addition, horticulture, banana growing, fish farming, sunflower growing, dairy farming, poultry, piggery, goat rearing, mushroom growing, and trade. The communities were trained by consultants and district officials on how to implement and make money from the income-generating activities. After that, they formed groups according to their preferred activities. With the advice of the Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives, the Eureka project established water and environment cooperative societies as a vehicle for the funds to be accessed by the beneficiaries. These are the first ever water and environment cooperative societies to be established in Uganda. 14 water and environment cooperative societies were established and fully registered with the Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives. They also got training from Uganda Cooperative Alliance, which enabled them to establish leadership and governance structures and how to manage their cooperatives. Once the cooperatives were fully operational, a revolving fund amounting to $630,000 was disbursed to support the members to implement income-generating activities in their groups. The funds are returned with a small interest to allow it to revolve and be used by other members. The beneficiaries have since established successful businesses and have started returning the money as per the group rules. Now that the project-affected persons are economically empowered and aware of the dangers of destroying the ecosystems, the Ministry of Water and Environment remains committed to supporting them and ensuring that they do not return to their previous practices of environmental degradation.
All right, thank you very much. I'll quickly invite our panelists, Laban Zaribujire, Upper Maziba Farmers Water and Environment Cooperative Society Chairperson. Please come, Laban. Also, Makei Otai, District Commercial Officer, Ngora. Okay. Sarah Tusingwire, Excel Hot. Sarah, is Sarah here? And finally, Asimwe Ivan, who's the General Secretary of Uganda Cooperative Alliance. Ivan Asimwe. Good. So the panel is fully constituted. Sarah will be joining them shortly. I will begin with Laban. Laban, let's talk about what ways has the cooperative model been helpful in improving the livelihoods of the project-affected persons? And I'm glad you're speaking after Cyprian, who spoke to why cooperatives are very critical in this conversation we're having, and what strategies do you have in place to ensure the growth of your fund? Laban?
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Laban Zaribujire, Chairman, Upper Maziba Farmers Water and Environment Cooperative Society. Before I answer this question, Please allow me first to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment in collaboration with Eureka, together with the Sahara and Sahel Observatory, that funded this program to the extent that even we've decided to make the cooperatives in order to help our people. So our people have benefited a lot from the cooperative. First of all, they gain knowledge. Before we started the cooperative, we went through several trainings, and that knowledge is quite a very big thing as far as development is concerned. In addition to that, for us, we've started giving out cows, heifers. We've given out goats. We've given out pigs. We've given out chicken. So people, the livelihood of our people has started to improve from the incomes from those things they are carrying out. Because some of them have started selling milk, others selling eggs, others selling piglets. That is a very big achievement of our people due to the inception of the cooperative. Another thing, those animals are kept within the home. They don't meander. For that matter, they are able to get manure to put in their gardens, hence the increase in food production. And another important thing, the formation of the cooperative has brought people together. And when people come together, they have a very big voice. It is easy for us to get organized and even solicit for more funds from the government or from other donor agencies. So there is a lot that our people have benefited from the formation of this cooperative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laban, I'll come to Makei Otai.
There is another question.
Yes.
Pertaining the sustainability.
Yes, I thought you had skipped it. I would come back to it, but it's okay. Go ahead.
This is a very, very important question because sustainability is very, very important. And the way we are going to achieve it, we have so many project-affected persons who have not yet joined the cooperative. So it is our role as leaders to go out and carry out mobilization and sensitization so that we attract them, we entice them to come and join the cooperative. And when they join the cooperative, definitely they have to pay the membership. And when they pay the membership, the cooperative will be gaining more funds. At the same time, the more number it becomes, the more shares they buy, and when we get more shares, definitely we shall be expanding the loan capital. And the biggest asset in a cooperative is the loanable fund. And when you have the biggest part of it as the loanable funds, it becomes very easy for us to reach very many people because we shall be having loanable funds. Lastly, for the sustainability, proper sustainability, we must have in place competent staff and at the same time committed and wise leaders that will help the proper running of the cooperative for its development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makei, let's talk about what it takes to use the water and environment cooperative societies under the Eureka project as opposed to the conventional SACCOs. I mean, everybody especially in this room, knows about our conventional SACCOs. But what does it take to use the cooperatives rather than our SACCOs in delivering this revolving fund to protect the affected persons?
All right, thank you so much, moderator. Indeed, my name is Makai Otai. I am the District Commercial Officer of Ngora District, and also I have been more involved in the trainings of the cooperatives under the Awoja catchment area. These are specialized cooperatives that are focused on the ecosystem, and that alone gives a difference with the conventional type. They are democratic in nature, unique, member-driven, self-help, cooperative. And a majority of the people involved are the project-affected persons that constitute the board and the overrunning of the cooperative. Then why did we go for the water and environment cooperatives as opposed to the conventional ones? The project-affected persons are the persons involved in this particular engagement. And so the interests are well protected. The objectives are geared towards the ecosystem management, whereas the other conventional cooperatives have different objectives that may not necessarily be into the ecosystem conservation. The works, abbreviated coming from the water and environment cooperatives, also focus on the protection, restoration of the ecosystem. All the efforts are geared towards that. All the trainings in these cooperatives are about the conservation, the restoration, and this does not necessarily happen in the conventional cooperatives. The works also address the livelihood needs of the members. Activities such as agricultural marketing, poultry farming, fish farming, beekeeping, ecosystem, ecotourism are part of the livelihood needs that are captured into the works. This is possible because the objective is geared towards promotion and the conservation of the environment. The collective marketing is another one. We shall be seeing that as we go into the backstopping, continuous training of these beneficiaries or the project-affected persons, they are going to do a lot of production, and the market may not be there. But when they come as a pool, there is a bargaining pool, there is a bargaining tool, sharing the same needs, sharing the same focus, same objective. So these works are also a good basket in the promotion and the looking of the marketing. The low interest rates, whereas the conventional cooperatives tend to charge high interest rates, and their focus is about looking for savings and lending them out. This is not necessarily the applicable one under the works, under the water and environment cooperatives. Here we look at promotion of the environment, the low interest rate, such that each member has a benefit analysis within the production chain. Also, the works entirely rely on the environmentally friendly activities. Ideally, the conventional cooperatives have limited attention to the environment. Their objectives are far more different compared to the works. The works' objectives, their intentions, their purpose is all about the restoration. And that differs from the conventional cooperatives. I wouldn't like to go very much far. Those are the areas that I captured that takes us as to why we should use the works vis-a-vis the conventional cooperatives. I thank you.
Thanks, Mackay. Sarah, let's talk about the fact that, first of all, you've been facilitating the different beneficiary groups in developing agribusiness plans. What's your assessment, first of all, of their preparedness of the IGA groups and the collaborative opportunities that cooperatives can take advantage of?
Thank you very much. My name is Sarah Singwire. I work with Excel Consult Agribusiness Incubator. We partner with Ministry of Water and Environment in advancing water and environmental resources business incubation for job and employment creation in Uganda. About the question, all protocols, I beg to observe all the protocols. The preparedness of the income generating activity groups. To me, about the readiness, I would say the groups have been skilled well in environmental conservation and management. They've got strong governance and management structures. By now, they've been skilled in entrepreneurship and how to manage their enterprises according to how they selected them. They have access to the revolving fund, which they can access through the water and environment cooperatives. And some of them by now, they already have bank accounts and are formally recognized because of the cooperatives where they subscribe. So I would say they are ready to move. However, they still need some mentorship and hand-holding because this is the time where we need to see them move. If I go to the second question about the collaborative opportunities for the water and environment cooperatives. One, the Eureka project has initiated partnerships. Different partners and stakeholders have been on board. The water and environment cooperatives have an opportunity to utilize these partnerships. Uganda Cooperative Alliance is available, Ministry of Trade, the private sector, universities, research institutions. So the cooperatives have an opportunity to utilize these partnerships and even go beyond the initiated partnerships and lobby for more resources which can support them to advance the business agenda and be able to sustain the cooperatives. Secondly, I would also add that these cooperatives have an opportunity to utilize because of the commitment of the affected persons. In all the catchments, all the affected persons have expressed a lot of interest to invest in the cooperatives where they subscribe. Investing means the affected persons are buying shares and they are willing to save with these cooperatives, which gives them an opportunity, one, to sustain themselves and also mobilize resources on their own to support the affected persons to be able to do business around water and environmental resources. I also look at another opportunity of increased production. The IGA groups are already in business. They're into production of the different income generating activities we've seen. Now, the water and environment cooperatives have an opportunity, first of all, to take it as an advantage to invest in aggregation and collective marketing. They can do business and create market for the affected persons through their groups. They also have an opportunity to invest in one-stop centers in the different catchments. The affected persons who are into production, they need inputs, they need feeds, they need pesticides and other requirements. So the cooperatives can take that advantage and invest and be able to generate more income to sustain themselves. And also utilize the produce as a raw material to be able to invest into value addition. It gives them a lot of opportunity when they have access to the raw materials. Existing government support. We've seen that our government supports cooperatives, especially in Uganda, and the access to government support. There are other government programs that are ongoing, but also cooperatives can access support, especially like land. Utilize the existing government structures at the different levels, district, sub-counties, town councils, and others. And when they get this support, especially land, they can be able, for example, to have space where they can demonstrate water and environmental resources, protection technologies. They can be able to create markets for different enterprises, e.g. bananas. They can be able to establish facilities and infrastructure that can enable them to run business incubation and skilling centers. When the project was being implemented, the target was the household head. And in the African context and Ugandan context, a household head, we have most of the cooperatives, the members are men because the target was the household head. But if, for example, cooperatives take an advantage and invest into establishing business incubation and skilling centers, it will attract more women and more youth to be engaged in water and environmental resources. They can get skills. You've seen the different products that the youth and women can be able to make, the chairs, tables, and other products. So it is a very big opportunity. And lastly, access to the revolving fund. This fund is a foundation for these cooperatives, which they can utilize and be able to create more funding opportunities. Reach out to the other financial institutions, Microfinance Support Center, Equity Bank, and others that have a very low interest rate, which they can bring on board and use it to support the affected persons. We get more startups being able to have capital that can help them run businesses. And lastly, the mentors. We have people in the catchments who are willing to continue to do skilling and capacity building of the affected persons. They can utilize that opportunity. Therefore, I call upon all the stakeholders, the partners, to keep hand-holding these water and environment cooperatives. They can be able to run along mentorship and hand-holding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And finally, Ivan Asimwe, the General Secretary. Still, I know Laban did touch on the issue of sustainability, but I wanted to ask, in the face of these challenges faced by most of the cooperatives in Uganda, what strategies do you propose to sustain these water and environment cooperatives that have been supported by the Eureka project?
Thank you so much, Morris. Ivan Asimwe, General Secretary of Uganda Cooperative Alliance. I'm profoundly honored to be here, especially when we are talking about this project, the Eureka project. First of all, I want to recognize my staff who have been on the ground. They can just stand up for recognition. Robert and Isaac and Timothy are here. Those are the people who have been on the ground. And so far, we have formed over 14 water and environment cooperatives. I want to appreciate the government of the Republic of Uganda for the passion and support to the cooperative movement. I think this is the first government ever to come out clearly on the support to the cooperative model. And we are so appreciative as Uganda Cooperative Alliance. We have all seen it. I want to thank the Ministry of Water, and more specifically, the Permanent Secretary and the Commissioner, Dr. Karisti, who reached out to UCA to discuss and finally agreed on the cooperative model. We really appreciate you. And the designers of the project, I think they were so smart that they envisaged a situation of sustainability. And that is very critical. Unlike other projects, when you are closing and the beneficiaries become orphans, this is a different scenario where the beneficiaries are very happy because you have already built a system for them to continue. And the best system is the cooperative model. We have all seen what they have here. After here, they are not orphans. Instead, you have given them a boost to continue and do wonders. So Uganda Cooperative Alliance, partnered with the Ministry of Water, and mainly Uganda Cooperative Alliance is the apex body, the overall apex body for all registered cooperative societies in the country. And currently we have over 45,000 registered cooperatives. Those are primary cooperatives, secondary unions, tertiary unions, and then one apex, which is Uganda Cooperative Alliance, serving over 14 million Ugandans. We have a very bigger constituency in the whole country. Now, we are very happy that finally we have the water and environment cooperatives. Really, we need to appreciate everybody who is in this room. These are the first types of cooperatives that we have had in this country. So this is a very big milestone. I want to thank the partners. I want to thank the Ministry of Trade. They are here for understanding the model and for registering and then taking them through. I want to thank my team that has been behind all of this program. Now, due to time factor, I will directly go to the challenges. Of course, are many, but challenges are both financial and technical. If you go to financials, they have limited capital. And I'm so grateful that on top of forming these cooperatives, you went on to give a revolving fund. But still, we have that limitation and we feel we need to proceed. Then others are technical rated. Now, as we move along, and my purpose of being here is that the project has registered a lot of successes, which is a tick on your side, and now we are ending. So as we end, the beauty is that we are now talking about sustainability. How do we move forward? Strategically, one, we need to look at resource mobilization, because for cooperatives to succeed, they need a lot of resources, like any other cooperatives. Number two, we need capacity building. We need to build their capacities to make, because there is a lot that is needed. Governance issues, record keeping, management, infrastructure, all of that is needed for the cooperatives to be sustainable. Then we need infrastructure. I've seen they are into very many enterprises. But now we need to move to the next level. If we are into production, production is not the end, but it is the process. So we should be now thinking strategically on value addition. I'm very happy that I have seen some people have started on value addition. Now that we're on value addition, what next? Then we need strategic marketing. Marketing, not just this business of just doing business, real marketing. If you are to start, the marketing philosophy is a philosophy that requires that for you to venture into any business, you must produce for the market. Don't just produce, we need to avoid this scenario of how it was, it is, and ever shall be. Those ones had their own agenda. But the agenda now in business is that you must produce for the market. So, yes, we have the products, but where is the market? Can we design products that suit the market needs? This is something that we should be focusing on. So strategically, this is an area that we need to focus on. Marketing, strategic marketing, to make sure that if we are producing, let's say, honey, then there is market for honey. And we are even looking at the type of honey, not just producing honey, but which honey is needed in which market is very critical. We are into handicraft. Yes, you can make anything, but look at the market. What does the market require? What are the quantities? What is the quality? All of that should be considered very critically if we are to sail through. Then we should also focus on strategic partnerships, because Maurice and the audience, cooperatives, the framers of these cooperatives were very intelligent to the extent that they embedded the 6th principle of cooperatives, which is cooperation among cooperatives. It is there. What is the purpose? We have other types of cooperatives and even other forms. So now that we have these 14 cooperatives already registered, then we need to bring them together in the entire ecosystem so that they strategically start working with others. If you are in handicraft, already in March, UCA was training cooperatives into handicraft. Now we are at the level of supporting them to come up with a union. So this is now the right time for us now to bring in the water and environment cooperatives specifically that are into handicraft. So we now need to bring them together in the ecosystem. Then we also need to focus on member loyalty. Yes, we have formed these cooperatives, but we need to move further and look at member mobilization so that they can grow, because a cooperative grows and expands based on membership. So can we strategically organize many farmers? Because talk about Maziwa catchment area, there are very many people there, and most of them are affected. How do we mobilize them strategically to join these cooperatives? And for us as Uganda Cooperative Alliance, being our main role, we shall continue to mentor, to support these cooperatives, to make sure that they continue to deliver services to the members. Because for any country to grow, research globally has proven that the cooperative model is the best model to go. You go to Europe and see. Just go to Netherlands, see what is Netherlands. Go to Germany, go to France, go to Italy. You go to America, you go to Asia Pacific, you go to our neighbors here in Kenya. The other day I was reading, research tells us that over now 70% of Kenyans derive their livelihoods from cooperatives. So that means this is the best model, and for us to be there, we need to discuss the strategic interventions, and this is where we are. So I want to thank everybody for the good work done, and for us as Uganda Cooperative Alliance, we continue to support these cooperatives, and we want to welcome the new cooperatives. Please welcome to the family, and we shall support you.
Thank you very much, General Secretary. I want to quickly open this up for a couple of interventions before we dive into our next presentation as we wind up our project closing event. Any quick interventions? Another microphone here. Are we able to get someone to move with this? Quick hand up, and I'm happy to come to you. And then we'll move into our next presentation. Start there. Your name and comment or question.
Thank you so much, our moderator. Sezun Wagawa is my name. District Commercial Office Antongam. I want to supplement my boss on sustainability strategy. First of all, you are all aware that when you give birth to a child, you need to go on and mentor and mentor and mentor. Therefore, as the local government that is near with those cooperatives who have formed, really we need to strengthen monitoring and supervision of these cooperatives, because they are still young. They need to be supervised, they need to be monitored, technically advised, so that they can proceed to achieve the objective of this program. Secondly, before I leave the floor, allow me to appreciate Eureka Project for the work done. You have supported us as the local governments, colleagues from North, from Eastern. I want us really join me. We appreciate this project because it has given us a step ahead. This is our core responsibility of local economic development, but they have given us an upper hand. Thank you so much. Our funders, thank you so much, we appreciate, but still, we request, don't leave us, please be with us as we proceed. Thank you so much.
Project number 2 is loading. All right, I'll come there, don't worry.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Robert Asimwe. I also work with Uganda Cooperative Alliance, and I've been practically hands-on in southwestern region in the Maziba catchment area, whereby we supported the registration process and also technical support in governance areas. In addition to what our General Secretary has aired out, under the sustainability strategy, you will realize that most of the existing cooperatives are having the policies, and some of the policies are out-fashioned. The current environment vis-a-vis the existing policies are not matching together. So we need to come out under these model cooperatives, the water and environment, support the development of the policies, and ensure that we build the capacities of the leadership and management to make sure that they are implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Alex Opera. I'm the Principal Commercial Officer from Kitgum. I want to supplement what Mr. Otai has alluded to, especially on the differences between the WEC and the conventional cooperatives. Number one, the issue of gender consideration is one of the key aspects of work, which is not on the other side of the conventional cooperative. They look at the women, the people living with AIDS and HIV, as well as youth and single parents. 2, expression of interest. The beneficiaries along the value chain of work, they express their interest on the IGA that they think they do best in the course of their businesses, as opposed to the conventional cooperative system. And lastly, okay, I think this one here is tackled. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have one more here. Okay, Nancy, you want to go there? All right. And I will, in case, General Secretary, you have a couple of comments because these were tackling the issue around cooperatives. I'll give you the last word. Yes.
Hello. My name is Winnie Tuyamreva, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We participated in the registration of these cooperatives, and to the best of our knowledge, we think they've expired, and the best sustainability strategy, we are going to renew their registration. Thank you.
All right, so that answers one of our already important questions, but Asimwe, yes? You, General Secretary, you want to
Thank you so
supplement?
much.
Yes.
No, I'm just grateful that I have gotten some complementaries, but on top of that, I just, for purposes of time, I just discussed broadly, but of course, business skilling is critical. These people still need skills. And as you see, we shall endeavor to make sure that we give them the required skills. And then Winnie has talked about the issue of renewing the certificates, because the law is clear, Section 6 of the Cooperative Societies Act, which is about probationary registration. So now that the time has come, then we should be working with them very closely to make sure that they qualify for permanent registration, or they can give an extension, but we make sure that all of these ones have valid certificates in order for them to have businesses that are based on the law. And then streamlining governance is very critical, because especially they have elected their leaders. Some of them are in the process of recruiting new staff. So it's upon us to make sure that we continue supporting them. All of that is under capacity building. Capacity building is broader, and there are very many areas that we are going to tackle to make sure that we strengthen their capacities to be able to do business. And then lastly, we make sure that we support them to identify viable business or value chains. Because we shouldn't be focusing on everything, but we should look at the enterprises that have value. So we shall also support them into that. Then lastly, but not least, I want to thank everybody. Members, partners, want to thank you, because this is our work. There's a time I told Dr. Karisti that I'm so grateful because you are giving us a hand. Ideally, we should be looking at this, but we didn't have the capacity. Now that they have given us the capacity to move, then we promise that we shall move. And next time we are here, we should be showcasing better results. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for our panel. Our panelists, please do take your seats. Makay, Laban, Ivan, and the one and only lady on the panel. We want to thank you. I notice after lunch it's very difficult to keep you awake. So I'll request that we all be upstanding. Let us stand. I want to wake you up before I move into the next presentations. So let us stand. I suggest we stretch. You can call the rain. It's been sunny, so you can call the rain. I'm not so sure Munyonyo likes rain, but you can call the rain. Yes, and I don't know if you have a neighbor on the side, you be careful not to hit them when you go across and you're swinging. All right? Okay, I'm sure now we are awake. You can take your seats. Please do take your seats. We want to move to the exit strategy, and we have a presentation from OWS. So from the Saharan Sahel Observatory, I'd like to invite Steve Mohanji, who is the programs coordinator, to come and run us through this presentation.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear anyone. Hello? Can I see a wave of hands? Great. We are almost at the end of today. And we are very thankful that everyone is here. So I will be presenting not just the exit strategy and sustainability plan, but before that, the indicators of where we are, what we have done, and how we are ending it. Have they gotten it? Voila, good. So, next please. It's not working. That's the bottom one. Great. So just as a snapshot, we know where we are in Uganda. Everyone has called it the Pearl of Africa. About the project, funded by the Adaptation Fund, implemented by OSS, and executed by the Ministry of Environment in Uganda, Water and Environment, to a tune of, we all know, 7,700,551. So I will just give you a snapshot of where we have been. And just as part of it is, the project was launched in 2017. You can see, as Nabil said, it is at the heart of his beginning. And he's there, right in the middle. You can't forget that hair. It was implemented in Aswa, Awoja, and Maziba. I hope I got them correct as they showed up. Sorry, I like very interactive sessions. So are we correct? Good. So as we talked about the achievements, it's 2023. Here we are today, and these are the achievements and the indicators. I would tell you that we would go through all these indicators. You can see it's quite a long list, very long. But today we will not go through all of this. We have seen the results, you have seen the showcasing, you have had testimonies, but we are not going to do this. We are going to focus on just a few. And the first one is tree planting. Everyone has talked about the nurseries, the tree planting. As an indicator, we've had 1.4 million tree seedlings. We've had 2,199 hectares of degraded land restored. Is that a good feat? Hello? Can we thank the Ministry of Environment and the beneficiaries? The next one is the wetlands. 7,000 households have been trained in wetland restoration. 342 kilometers of wetland boundaries demarcated, and 595 hectares of wetland area restored. Are we happy? Are we happy? The people at the back, are we happy? Perfect. Next one, riverbanks. With riverbanks, we've had over 6,193 households trained in riverbank restoration. 250 kilometers demarcated square, and 721 hectares buffer zones restored. What was called farmlands is now a natural regenerating wetland. These are indicators that we should all be proud of. We've also had water harvesting and flood control structures. What we're doing right now is telling you the story of what has been done with the numbers. 4,800 households sensitized, 6,000 households sensitized on construction, biophysical structures. These are what we are calling the gullies. These are what we are calling the dams. And also 974 hectares of water harvesting structures constructed. It is a cross-cutting activity. Let's go to Mama Mushrooms. I call her Mama Mushrooms. Where is she? Where is the mama to Mama Mushrooms? I want to see you. Can we give these ladies a hand of applause? IGAs. This is what we have. IGAs, income generating activities. 14 works established. We just have the cooperatives here. They want more. 10,700 pups trained and supported with IGAs as alternatives. I remember Dr. Carol List in the morning saying that you cannot move somebody out of the wetland and not give them something to do. We have given them something. The Eureka project has achieved. Are we together? It has frozen again. So, I told you I'm just going to focus on the main ones. And from here, I'm going to separate this room into 4 quadrants. 1, 2, 3, 4. According to you, what are the main achievements of Eureka from this quadrant? Somebody, just one person. Raise your hand. Mama Mushrooms. Mama of Mushrooms. Income generating activity. At the back, somebody stand up and tell me something that you think is an achievement. I'm going to actually point someone, the lady in red and white. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela. One of the major achievements from where I stand is on the riverbank restoration.
So we have IGA, we have riverbanks. This quadrant, somebody stand up and tell me something. Yes. Quickly, 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 or else we'll sleep again.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Amos Mutayomba, a research scientist working with Naro at Kachweka Nuzadi. To me, the greatest contribution of Eureka project in terms of flood control by physical structures.
Flood
and
control.
I mention this because the hazards related to floods are really a menace in Uganda. And
Great.
therefore, to me, the contribution, I count it. Thank you.
So we have IGA, restoration, flood control. Now, this section. Yes, there's a hand.
14 work were established in the process.
14 works. I've not seen anyone from ministry or OSS. So somebody from the ministry at the back, can somebody tell me an achievement of Eureka? Even you holding it, Gilbert. Give me an achievement of Eureka.
Of course, we have constituted different committees that are spearheading the activities. And we have already reconstituted some of them, so we are sure that they will continue giving the information to the different stakeholders.
Great. Aziz. And one more from, yes. These are all men. Can I have a lady? There's a lady there.
Okay, for me, the setting up of 9 nurseries.
9 nurseries, great. One last one from the lady. Quickly, quickly, people are sleeping again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Increased resilience of ecosystems.
Increased resilience. Great. Now, the last one. We've talked about. Hello? We've talked about. I can't hear people. Flood control. We've talked about briquettes, which are IGAs. We've talked about restoration. We've talked about committees. We've talked about tree seedlings, nurseries. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are doing is real. What we have has been achieved. What is this? IGA. I think now I'm very happy people are active. And the last one? No one mentioned cook stoves. It's mine, including cook stoves. So, for me, I will give you a testimony that I believe is a cross-cutting and an all-inclusive achievement of the Eureka project. This is Ms. Zerida Biarugaba. She's 62 years old. In the beginning, she used to take every day 1.5 hours of firewood, which she used for 1 day. Because of the cook stoves, she now uses the firewood at the same time for now a week. Is that not an achievement? When you think of the cook stove, where does she get the firewood from? Yes. So yes, sir. Where does she get the firewood? You raised your hand. From where she lives, which is the tree seedlings and the tree nurseries. Has her health improved? Because of the tree seedlings, have the riverbanks been restored? Do we have wetlands? Do we have flood control structures? This is a face of a very happy beneficiary of the Eureka project. Among the others, I'm sorry, I'm not going to tell everyone to stand. But for me, I interacted with this lady in the field, among others. We have a cross-cutting issue. We have the youth with the women, and everyone is happy. Can you tell me how many households so far have been affected or have benefited from the Eureka project? $13,719. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. I will now give the floor over to Aziz, who will now give you the exit strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon. My name is Aziz Belhamra. I'm a project management officer from Climate Department at OSS. I think during the previous session, all the panelists discussed the importance of all action to ensure the sustainability of the achievement of Eureka project. Through this presentation, we will present the main action undertaken during the project implementation phase to ensure the sustainability of the various achievements of Eureka. It's better, okay.
Aziz is very tall.
Thank you. All these actions are based on the bottom-up approach. Okay. We will start. Okay, with the wetland restoration. The CMC and the sub-CMC established and trained to manage and protect wetlands. Also, the composition of these committees designed to ensure the representativity of the different sectors, like technical and political players, civil society organization, the private sector, academic institution as well as the cultural and religious institution. For the WECs and the revolving funds, WEC members are elected by communities, registration fees paid by members, the capacity reinforced at the various WECs, and the revolving fund financial flows will be monitored by the Ministry of Trade in conjunction with the MWE. For women's groups, the women's groups trained in the various techniques for producing improved stoves. Also, these groups invested in other income generating activities such as short cycle livestock to ensure their sustainability. For the water harvesting and flood control, the restored land were planted. The community is trained on construction and maintenance of the various flood control structures, and the materials used are sourced locally. For the agroforestry, the plots planted on private land to ensure their maintenance of the various plantations. The selection of tree varieties was done in close coordination with the population, and the setting up of nurseries to ensure the continued production of trees. For the demonstration centers, the 3 demonstration centers was reinforced their specialization in the thematics targeted by Eureka project. Lastly, for the income generating activities, the beneficiary trained and assisted in the implementation of their various IGA. Also, all the activity chosen for are respond to the particularity of each zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aziz and my brother Steve. This was quite exciting. Maybe you should have done the entire ceremony. We'd stay awake, all of us. Yeah. Those were quite some interesting questions. We want to quickly migrate into what will be the closing bits of the ceremony. We have a couple of activities that will happen. 3 things. One is we have awards for our partners who are here in the room. Those will be given out by the Honorable Minister, who I would like Dr. Kalist to bring back into the room. So Dr. Kalist, bring the Honorable Minister back into the room. And then after that, we will have, of course, a closing statement from the Honorable Minister himself. But I wanted us to talk about the Eureka book and the other products. Please note a couple of things. The entire Eureka project literature, some of it is already available in your takeaway bag, and I would like you to look at the notes that are already provided. There is a lot of literature already in your takeaway bag, but also if you go to the exhibition area, there is books there on the projects, and some have very heavy volumes. Feel free to get a copy. However, the team is putting together all this content online and will be available on the website, OSS website. And I'll quickly just look at this because they will be sharing all these links on the social media platforms, of course, at Ministry of Water, the Twitter handle at MIN_WaterUG. And of course, for the Sahara and Sahel Observatory, you have at OSS_COMMS, at OSS_COMMS. And all these tools will be available on the OSS website. So in case you're trying to track the performance of the project at the different cut areas, please take note. But also you already have some of the literature and most of the conversations we've already been having. So I hope I've Have I done a good job? Fantastic. All right. So, quick. I have a few minutes, and I'm allowed. And Steve began this. He did an awesome job. I have an open mic. There's something called open mic. I just hold for Dr. Khalis to bring the minister. So, in case you have a quick question, not for me. I'm not the expert on wetland restoration. So, if you have an open question, comment, I'm happy to come to you because I have two to 3 minutes, and I'll quickly move into the next ceremony. I also want to ask the technical team, I hope we are managing the awards. Are we set? Okay. Quick comment, question. This is the only opportunity you'll have, especially when you have, the Secretary General of the Cooperative Alliance is here. You have OSS in the room. All the key partners on this project are here in this room, so you can let me know, because we are at that stage where I am available for you to say, what if we looked at this? I noticed some of you are diplomatically requesting that we get a project extension. Diplomatic. You could have just said we want another project, right? I also like the fact that we are putting numbers to the project. When I had, I'm not so sure if it was Safari or one of the other presenters who mentioned how, and I think it was the second last panel, how there were 11,000 specific beneficiaries, I think, on one particular project. That you feel is very representative because you have a number you're touching, and there is real figures about the people that have actually been supported. And that's what we had throughout today. I want to really thank all the panelists for a job well done. Thank you for, first of all, being available to share your performance and the testimonies. And we will definitely, and I'm hoping if you have time, you can go online, ask the secretary, they'll share with you the YouTube link. You can watch yourself and see, and also what an awesome job you all did, all of you, the panelists. So that link is available, and you should be able to watch yourself. All right, please. Engineer did a bad job of not giving me your name, but it's all right. You'll introduce yourself. Engineer, you should have just told me this is Jessica Bitwire, and I'll give you a couple of minutes. Yes. If you see me getting closer, just know I'm trying to tell you to stop. Huh? All right.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members. As he has said, I'm called Jessica Bitwire, MDJB International Training and Resource Center. We have been doing trainings in different projects, among which with Eureka we did mushroom growing. This is like a testimony how Eureka project has stimulated my capability, which I think was a hidden talent, and I thought of writing a book, Food, the Guardian of Health, among which there is water and what water does. We have all, in this book, we have all different types of foods, benefits for health, benefits for commercial purposes, and how they can be carried out. And with this book, once you read it, you get inspired on what food can promote your health, what food can you use for commercial purposes to make sure you earn income to improve your livelihood. And with the livelihood improvement, definitely once the health is catered for, then the rest is history. I want to thank the funders for Eureka project, because I didn't know I would come to the extent of writing a book about food being a guardian of health. And with my staff, Akampurira Martin, is the one who has been behind the photography, the arrangement of this book, together in JB International, we are ready, even in the next phase, to try and train even more farmers about the book writing for income generating in their homes at homestead level. Thank you so much for the time, and please contact me on 0772 569716, just in case you would want to read about this book. I thank you.
You did an awesome job. I was worried about the time. Thank you very much. I have been allotted. The Honorable Minister will join us very, very shortly. Allow me just let the technical team run maybe one or two videos, and then I will be able to come back as soon as we see the minister arrive. He's very close. He's here with us. I've been told about 2 to 3 minutes he will be joining us.
In the project through establishment of tree nurseries, woodlots, and promotion of energy cooking stoves in the most degraded areas. At the beginning of the project, 9 existing tree nurseries were identified in the 3 catchments. These were supported with tools and equipment as well as training in order to enable them increase and sustain their production capacities.
Eureka came, they saw what we were doing. They took 2 of our members for a training. From there, they took 2 members with the district officials. And from there, the district officials came and trained now the whole group members. So Eureka now gave us seeds for different varieties of trees. They also gave us the potting material. Those are the pots. They also gave us the potting medium, which was the soil, which was well mixed. And many other things with watering cans, wheelbarrows. They gave us a tank of 10,000 liters. They gave us tape measures. They gave us even the pruning machines like the sakachuas, the pruners for its nursery work. Eureka again came in and supported us financially by buying the seedlings that we were giving to those farmers. So we were getting money as a group, and the group members are now empowered economically and also socially. We have other projects which we have developed apart from tree seedlings, and those are, we have piggery, we have also poultry, and then we are keeping some animals like cows.
Before we partnered with Eureka, we are having seedlings, but the species were very few. But when Eureka gave us the power by supporting us, now currently we have over 15 species of trees and fruit trees that we are currently producing in this nursery. I've got really a lot of success in this partnership with Eureka. First of all, when they found us when we had a nursery which was too small, we were employing only 2 people. But currently we have over 15 members that are fully working in this nursery. I've been able to construct a perimeter wall of this fence because of Eureka. Even the knowledge we have got through Eureka really can push us to another step.
To me, as a company, we are really grown big now, because there are even some enterprises that we were not doing, like the Ash Avocado. Because of the money we got, we have them now to, and that is really a new area in fruit trees, and the demand is overwhelming. Imagine a seedling of a tree of an avocado, Ash Avocado, costs 10,000 shillings. So if I produce just 100,000 pieces of that, that's a lot of money. and others. So I've expanded. Even my level of skills have gone up really. Before that, I was not doing the bamboo production, but out of the intercourse with the ministry, I've been able now to gain the skills. And beside that also, I've expanded on my quantity of a production. At least my quantity really, it's great. And I could proudly say that in Lango, I think I may be the largest producer of a variety of tree types. And that's a great achievement. I give the ministry a thumb up.
In addition to tree planting, in an effort to reduce the uptake of firewood, the project has promoted the use of improved energy-saving cooking stoves through 18 women groups from the 3 catchments. The women groups were given skills and knowledge in cook stove production, marketing, and business management.
The stoves have reduced the cutting down of the trees because the other stones we used, you really used a lot of firewood, because the other side you put many, this way many, this way many. With the Lorena, you only have one inlet of the firewood. You can only use 3 and you complete cooking. You use 2 saucepans at a go. Cooking is very easy. It has really improved our livelihood in homes, because for us women, it is very easy to cook. When you come from the garden, it is not even children coming from school, then food is not ready. Food is just ready. And even it makes food, when food remains, it can remain there. It can be hot for the supper also. It is very easy to cook using these stoves here. It has simplified the cooking. It has also given us time to do for other things to do, because it is not time consuming.
The women are so happy. If you could have gotten somebody to translate you the song they sang, they're saying the cook stove is so hot, it cooks faster, it takes a little firewood, and then it doesn't burn their children like the children used to fall in the other stove they were used to use for cooking. But now.
All right, thank you very much. I want to quickly ask if any of our guests have not taken their seats. They do so. We have just a couple of activities we want to undertake very shortly. The first being an award ceremony that will be taking place very shortly, and thereafter, of course, our chief guest will close this project closing event. Honorable Minister, we want to thank you again for joining us this evening and for finding time to come and join us. With all the protocol observed, Honorable Minister, and of course our OSS Executive Secretary, we want to, in a very special way, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us this entire morning, afternoon, and now evening to be part of this project closing event. Honorable Minister, we have key partners we want to recognize this evening, and we want to thank them, and we will be awarding some with plaques in recognition for the work they have done. And that said, Honorable Minister, I want Dr. Caliste to come with you to the front and the Executive Secretary to join you because we're going to have the first set of awards, and we want to begin with the institutions. So, engineer and team, if we can begin with the institutions. Honorable Minister, Dr. Caliste, and the Executive Secretary, OSS, if you could make your way to the front. The first category of recipients will be institutions, and these I will request the Honorable Minister to award, but that is after we have sat. So, you want to come and we begin with the institutions. Heads of institutions who are here, you will come and receive on behalf of the institutions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like the institutions to all come up so that you all receive your awards at once and take a picture with the Honorable Minister. The first institution is Sahara and Sahel Observatory. representative from
Round of
Sahara
applause,
Sahel.
ladies and gentlemen.
The second is Global Water Partnership, East Africa.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The third is Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Round of applause.
Then the fourth is Uganda Cooperative Alliance.
Thank you very much, Uganda Cooperative Alliance.
The fifth is Ngeta Zonal Agriculture Research and Development Institute.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The sixth is National Semi-Arid Resources Research Institute, NASARI. And the seventh is Kachwekano Zonal Research and Development Institute.
Obugalo. So we'll begin with the very first.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, we request you will award our very first, which is going to OSS.
So I'll read the message. Award presented to, then the name of the institution, in appreciation of your support towards the successful implementation of Eureka project as either implementing entity or whatever you did within the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OSS. Our next recipient is Global Water Partnership East Africa. Global Water, if you can make your way to the front, the Honorable Minister. Please pick the one of Global. The Global Water here. Global Water Partnership East Africa. Global Water Partnership East Africa. It's coming, don't you worry. Yes, all right, it's here. Okay. You are not left out, don't worry. There you go, Global Water. And after Global Water, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Global Water. A representative of the Ministry of Trade, a representative of the Ministry of Trade. Do we have a representative? Yes, please. Ministry of Trade. Ministry of Trade. There you go. All right. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Asimwe, you're next. Uganda Cooperative Alliance. Uganda Cooperative Alliance. There you go. Uganda Cooperative Alliance. And after Uganda Cooperative Alliance, we have Ngeta. Okay, we'll have a photo. Make sure we can, Asimwe, if we can have a photo so that camera there. There you go. Next is Ngeta Zonal Agriculture Research and Development Institute. Ngeta. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ngeta. And next is National Semi-Arid Resources Research Institute, Nasari. Thank you, Nasari. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Nasari. And finally, Kachwekano Zonal Research and Development Institute, Kazadi. Round of applause. Yes, there you go. I now want to request all the awardees, if you could, you will come and have a group picture with the minister, our OSS executive secretary, all the awardees. Some of you can come on this side and the others on the other side. Some of you on this side, yes. All right. No, please stand. Everyone is standing. Don't worry. Please stand. I think that. Don't worry that if you stand, we can see all of you. The cameramen have a very nice lens. Don't worry. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and OSS. I think, Honorable Minister, you please stay seated. You'd have stayed seated, but these are your VIP seats. So since you're closing, I will humbly request, I think what we'll do now, Dr. Kalist, we will move to the next category, and you're the one who will award the next category, Dr. Kalist. Yes. Let's give the minister some rest. The other big ones which are coming.
The next category of awards is for OSS staff, just a few representatives. We have the Executive Secretary of Sahara and Sahel Observatory, Nabil. Then we have the Coordinator of the Climate Department, Sahara and Sahel Observatory, Haula. Yes. And then the third is the project
yes,
and
Doctor,
programs.
you'll hand over to the minister to give. That is the very first one for Nabil. Yes.
The project and programs coordinator for OSS, Steve Muhanji.
That's the big one for you, sir. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't tire to clap for our people. The next is for Steve Mohanji. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we can have a photo, Steve. Don't go very fast. Steve, we want to have a photo with you. So, there you go. Good. There. Engineer, where do we go to next?
The next category is the catchment management committees.
Honorable Minister, you can take your seat now, Honorable. Honorable Minister, take your seat. And Dr. Kalist will handle this. The catchment team.
The catchment management committees.
Okay.
We have Honorable Odongo, John Bosco, the former chairperson of ASWA, Catchment Management Committee.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
We have Honorable Singahache Dennis, the chairperson of Maziba, Catchment Management Committee.
Honorable, these are chairpersons. I'm told you have to respectfully, yes, the executive secretary will do the honors.
And then we have Honorable Engunyu Michael, the chairperson of Awoja Catchment Management Committee.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have one chair who is not yet here. We need to invite someone to receive on his behalf. The chair secretary
receive?
of
Yes, the secretary.
Awoja.
could receive
Secretary
it.
Awoja, you want to come and receive on behalf of the chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Dennis, you need to come back. We have a photo. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Secretary, please stay. We have a photo there with the Executive Secretary. Please come, Dennis. Engineer?
Yes.
Next.
The next category is the sub-catchment management committees. We have Arinitwe Sam, the chairperson of Upper Maziba Sub-Catchment
Thank you very much,
Management Committee.
chairpersons.
We have Ochen Boni, the chairperson of Lake Kochobo. Sub-Catchment Management Committee. We have Okulo Robert, the chairman of ASWA 1 Sub-Catchment Management Committee.
Applause, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Please don't tire to clap. We want to recognize them. Yes, thank you. So he doesn't, even better. There you go. There. Thank you very much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, you want to take a photo? Will you? We'll need to, can we have from down here? Yes. Can we, there in the middle? Yes. So that the minister in the background and we make sure he is available in the picture. Okay. Engineer, where will we go thereafter?
The next category is the project steering committee members. We have the permanent secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Alfred Okoto Kidi. Can have a representative to receive his...
Yes, Dr. Flores will receive on behalf of the PS, and the Honorable Minister will be awarding. Yes. Next.
Next we have Dr. Florence Grace Adongo.
She will receive 2, so she will stay. And the other?
The next is Madame Jane Nabunya, the country coordinator for
Round
International
of applause,
Water and
ladies and
Sanitation
gentlemen.
Research Center.
And the other?
The fourth is Bob Barije, the Commissioner for Cooperatives Development in Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives. We can have someone represent him.
Yes, we are seeing representatives coming.
And then the last one is Moses Sonko, Principal Economist in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Congratulations. There you go. Dr. Florence, you are staying behind, but also you're staying here because that's where your seat is. It is here on the high table. If you want anything, I can bring for you, Dr. Florence. Please stay. There is a photo. Don't go very far. There is a photo here. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll have a photo, the group photo for our recipients, including Dr. Florence. Doctor, you are meant to carry 2 plaques, but for now we'll only leave you with yours. Can we give Dr. Florence hers? Who has Dr. Florence's? Yes, there. Just 1 minute, there you go. Okay, our photo, engineer, just a minute, the Executive Secretary is joining. There you go. Engineer, where are we going?
The next is the Eureka project staff. We have
Thank you very much.
Achan Anna, Social Development Officer from ASWA Catchment. Annette Kwarija, Social Development Officer from Maziba Catchment. Emmanuel Smith Enwaku, Social Development Officer from Awoja Catchment. Then, okay.
All right, where are we starting? Who are we starting with?
Starting
Dr. Karist, if you can
Achan
help us
Anna.
give to the Executive Secretary. Yes. Achan Anna, Executive Secretary will hand over. Yes. Anna. Anna is first. There you go. And after Anna. No, please stay. We have a group photo. Don't go very far. Don't go very far. We have a group photo. All right, recipients, please come for your photo. Anna, you had taken off. Please come back. Yes, Honorable Minister. Please don't tire to stand. These people want to frame these pictures. and ensure they have the minister in the picture. Yes, one can be there on the side. In the middle. There you go. Yes, the next category.
We have a former team leader and project staff. That is Mr. Louis Mugisha, who was the team leader for Victoria Water Management Zone and a very good advocate of the project.
Congratulations, Louis. Some people say Louis, others say Louis. I don't know. It depends on what he likes.
Louis. He says he likes Louis.
Likes Louis. All right. Congratulations. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a picture with him. All right. Next category.
Next category is the MWE project staff. We have Charity Kansime, a senior economist who has been handling reporting under the project. We have Richard Musota, who's the team leader of Upper Nile Water Management Zone.
Charity is coming. We can't. Yes.
We have Engineer Maximo Twinomuhanji, who's the team leader for Choga Water Management Zone. We have Emor Stephen, who's the team leader for Victoria Water Management Zone. We have Herbert Rugendo, who's the accountant for the project.
A big congratulations to all of you. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Please don't go very far. We have a group photo, so you will stay nearby. Engineer, you want to reintroduce this team?
Yes, that's...
Which team is this?
That is Stephen Emor, who has just received. Is the team leader of Victoria Water Management Zone. The one receiving is Herbert Rugendo, he's the project accountant.
There's a group photo now, yes. A big congratulations to all of you. And these are our champions. We want to thank you. Yes, Dr. Kalisti, please join. Fantastic. Our next category, engineer?
The next category is project coordinator. We have Dr. Kalist Tindimugaya, who is a commissioner for Water Resources Planning and Regulation Department, and also the project coordinator of Eureka.
Yes.
And then we have engineer Annette Nantongo, who's a senior audit officer and the deputy project coordinator.
The engineer is announcing herself. Dr. Kalist, yes. Honorable Minister, please award Dr. Kalist. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. And engineer, please get the honors again to be awarded by the Honorable Minister. There you go. Yes, Engineer Annette. There you go. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Florence, get closer. So we have a photo. Yes, there you go. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Right, we only have, I think, 2 sets left. So engineer, if you can go back to your job on that time. After your recognition. We have just 2 sets, I think, left. And we should be done. There is the first one, yes, at the top there.
Yes, so the next category are ministers. We have an award for the Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Sam Cheptoris.
And that will be awarded by the Executive Secretary. Yes. The Executive Secretary will hand it over. Yes. There you go. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the other one, engineer? Engineer, the other one?
The next one is the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Yes. Can we have a
Honorable-
representative from the Ministry of Finance? For now, you can be the acting Minister of Finance. Please come and receive on behalf of the Minister. And we want to thank them for supporting the Eureka project. And so the acting Minister of Finance, Kasaija, has come. The representative of the ministry. Honorable Minister, the Minister of Finance will stay and yours also will come so that we take a photo for you and the Minister. The Minister of Water. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Water and the Honorable Minister of Finance. Yes?
Yes, Maurice, we now have certificates.
No, Minister, you can sit,
To
please.
give
and,
out.
And the Executive Secretary, you can now sit.
I'll start with the certificates for former project staff.
Yes.
We have Carol Samantha Kemigabo, Daphne Ann Abinemukama, Ogena Jimmy Henry, please come up, Erienyu Johnson, Okalang Emmanuel, Biagagere Bernard Willie. Yeah, that's it. All these people have worked on the project, although they were not able to complete the project, but they played a very big role.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They will each receive a certificate and have a photo with our Executive Secretary and the Honorable Minister. Our certificates, please. Dr. Kalist, you know each of them as you award them. They will then go and, each of us will award somebody. Dr. Florence, if you can award the certificates, yes. And then we'll have a group photo with all of them, please.
That is Carol, a former accountant of the project.
All right, round of applause. Carol, don't go very far. We'll have
Then
a group photo.
Daphne, a former M&E specialist of the project.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Then Ogena, a former project technical officer for the project. Then we have Johnson, a former project technical officer. Then we have Okalang, a former capacity development officer. And that is Bernard, a former capacity development officer.
So we have a group photo. It's not every day you find you are in the same photo frame as a minister. So take advantage of this moment where you have both the Executive Secretary of Order Bless and of course the Honorable Minister in the same frame.
The next category is the staff from OSS. We have Yusuf. Is Yusuf around? We have Adele. We have Aziz. And we have Hela. Please come forward and receive your certificates of appreciation.
Yes, they're all here. That's Aziz. Yes. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our group photo, yes, you go. And then we'll have the next category, engineer.
Yes, the next category are institutions. We have Chigezi Diocese Water and Sanitation Project. Could you come forward? And okay, then we have United Innovation Development Center. We have JB International, Uganda. We have Joint Energy Environment Projects, JIP. And we have Excel Hot Consult Agribusiness Incubator. These are our partners that we've been working with on the project.
Round of applause, gentlemen. These are the institutions.
The last category are the Ministry of Water and Environment project staff. I'll start off with Engineer Anthem.
Just a minute, engineer. We'll have the institutions now have a group photo. Institutions, come. If you can come, institutions. Let's have a group photo as we move to the last set of certificates. We'll have this group photo. Please come on this other side. Sorry. Okay. Just one more. There you go. All right. Next.
Okay. These are the project staff that have been working tirelessly on this project. We have Engineer Athlem Irajena. Please come forward. Engineer Cheptowek David. We have Nelson Waiswa, the senior sociologist. The first two engineers are both senior water officers. Peter Edmond Musime, a senior hydrogeologist. We have Bogede Robert, a senior hydrologist. We have Kajimu Athama, a senior water officer. We have Noel Mugume, an accountant. Mulindwa Raymond, an accountant. We have Stephen Balayo, an engineering assistant. We have Musasizi Alan, an engineering assistant. We have Roland Mohozi, an engineering assistant. We have Caroline Niwagaba, a senior sociologist. We have Deneth Mugarra, senior sociologist. Wanga Benjamin, a senior sociologist. Gilbert Tusime, a senior water officer. And Ajimo Mary Goreti, a senior sociologist.
All right, and after this, we'll have just one general group picture. May we invite our Ministry of Water and Environment staff to come for a group picture with your certificates, and that will be the last activity we are undertaking before the Honorable Minister closes. I see some of you are tall, so you definitely will see you. We'll get the camera will find you. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the staff who've done a fantastic job on the project. All right, you may now take your seats. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Dr. Kalist, I think it's time to move to the closing speech. And I would like to invite Dr. Florence, if you could come and invite the Honorable Minister to close. Dr. Florence, our Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Water and Environment, please come and invite the Honorable Minister to give closing remarks. You're welcome. PS. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this, I will be giving you some administrative announcements, but that is immediately after the Minister has formally closed our project closing event.
Thank you very much, Maurice, for the moderation. Our Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you so much for persevering with us throughout the meeting since morning up to this time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to join me to thank our Honorable Minister for being there at the beginning and at the end. I think this shows the level of commitment that our minister has in matters that concern development and management of our water resources for socio-economic development of this country. And also it indicates how happy, I'm sure, our Honorable Minister is, because from my memory, I think this is the first project that has attracted the minister's presence since morning, and we need to congratulate him for that. Allow me at this juncture as well to welcome the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, Engineer Sylvester Anthony Matemo. Please. Thank you for joining us at this closing ceremony. Yes. Without further ado, Honorable Minister, I would like to invite you to come and make your remarks and close this project and this meeting. You are most welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Florence. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody was supposed to come and close this meeting, but my staff decided to recycle me. Since recycling is the order of the day, I have no problem. I want to thank you for attending this closing event for this project. I really want to thank you very much for being here the whole day. This shows a lot of commitment from you. And I'm happy to note that this event has been attended by a big cross-section of stakeholders from within Uganda at both national and local levels, and also from outside Uganda. I want to thank our visitors from OSS for coming to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that all of you agree with me that water and environment resources of Uganda are vital for sustaining life, promoting development, and maintaining the environment. Environment and natural resources are, however, under increasing pressure, despite their importance in ensuring water and environment security and social and economic growth. I'm therefore happy to note that the Eureka project has contributed to addressing some of the above challenges. The project has provided an opportunity to my ministry to demonstrate to government and indeed to all Ugandans about our resolve to address issues of climate change and environmental degradation so that they don't become impediments in Uganda's move towards a middle-income country. The project has been delivered innovatively, and I hope that this success will help us to attract additional funding from other funding sources, such as the Green Climate Fund, development banks, bilateral donors, to scale up the project interventions in the same catchments and also extend to other catchments that are in dire need of interventions. To my team in the ministry, you have demonstrated that you have the capacity and the experience to prepare and implement climate change adaptation projects. Please don't stop only at Eureka project, but assist the country to have similar projects in the various parts of the country, so that we can address the challenges of environmental degradation, poor water resource management, and climate change-related disasters that continue to affect the socio-economic development of this country. Under the Sahara and the Sahel Observatory, I wish to once again request you to continue working with my ministry and the Uganda in general to develop more project proposals to tap into the available climate funds. We now have the capacity and the confidence to have such projects designed and implemented, and so let us not end on Eureka project. As political leaders, we shall be available and are ready to provide the required political guidance and support. I wish also to call upon all stakeholders and the partners attending this event to contribute not only to sustaining the Eureka project interventions, but also to use the lessons learned under the project to address impacts of climate change under your various programs and activities. Let me conclude by thanking all of you, our partners and shareholders, for always being with us whenever we have such events. We can't take your presence for granted. It is now my singular honor and a privilege to formally close the project, enhancing the resilience of communities to climate change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in Uganda. I thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And Honorable Minister, you will allow us to just carry out two very small activities. The first one is to request the Ministry of Water and Environment staff and the OSS team to have a group photo. I think it is only right that we have a group photo. So Engineer Annette and your team, Ministry of Water and Environment staff, plus the OSS team will have a group photo. So the Honorable Minister and the Executive Secretary and everyone else will sit. Please take your seats. And then we'll have the Minister of Water and Environment staff who are here. This was a request from the OSS team. Please come. Charity, Engineer Annette and the team. Minister of Water and Environment staff, please.
Some are in the Ministry of Water, but they're not in the project. You should come.
And when I said Minister of Water and Environment staff, I meant even those who are not in the Eureka project. But you are invited to attend the closing event, the project closing event. Yeah? And this is a very important picture because it's going on two calendars, the OSS calendar and the Minister of Water calendar. So please note that this is a very, very important picture. I am glad I even see the institute is represented. So Minister of Water and Environment staff. I see those who had stayed behind thinking they only want project staff. No. The entire ministry that is represented here. The tall ones, you can make your way at the back. Okay, there you go. Cameramen, all the people in one frame. And so can we have smiles? All smiles for this important picture. And the rest of us, the partners and stakeholders, can we give them a round of applause? The OSS team and the Ministry of Water team. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Honorable Minister, you remain seated. We just have a very small activity. And I wanted to ask my colleague from OSS, the Climate Department Director, Hola Jawi, to come and take us through the signing. We are going to move this table. Shaidat, if you could come and help, we're going to move this table.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for this wonderful ceremony. Thank you for all the job done. Thank you for welcoming us and myself, especially for these last years, coming here for Eureka project. I'm very happy and I'm at the same time very sad because it's an adventure that is ending. And I think there is another one ongoing. So it's not that sad. We'll continue working together. So I will give the floor to Dr. Kalist to give a bit of change in our agenda. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Aura. We are going to a new ceremony. We said the OSS is not going away. OSS will remain around. So Eureka has ended. Eureka 2 is coming on board. We are working very, very closely with the OSS. And as we said, over the next 1 year, we have agreed, actually, Minister of Finance has given us a go-ahead, has extended Eureka for 1 year. So we'll be with you, supporting the works and all the other activities that are already ongoing. So we are not going anywhere. So we have closed this phase, but we'll continue with you. But we have been working with OSS on a number of other programs. So we are going to have a signing ceremony. We have a regional project. OSS again supported Uganda, Kenya, Djibouti, and Sudan to prepare a regional project where we are improving the resilience of smallholder farmers and pastoralists to impacts of drought. So this project has been ongoing. We have a regional component that is coordinated by the Global Water Partnership and Nile Basin Initiative. We also have a national component for Uganda, and this project is working in Karamoja in one of the catchments called Rokere catchment. So we have an office in Moroto, and the team is there working, so we are happy that we are continuing with OSS. So The ceremony we are going to have here is on that, and I would like to request Aura if you have any additional information on the signing, maybe shed a bit more light.
Executive Director of NBI.
Okay, you can do that. So, can we invite the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative to come forward? And maybe come and you can say 1 or 2 words, and then we'll invite also the Executive Secretary of OSS to come forward. So EDNBI, if you can come and say 1 or 2 words.
Honorable Minister and participants of the just closed meeting, Executive Secretary of OSS, to cut the story short, NBI is hosting Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa region. And Honorable Minister, thank you for your government for really supporting us and give us permission to host the Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa region. As a host, we are hosted by the government, and the government have delegated us to host to host the Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa. This regional project Dr. Kalisi have alluded to was administered from another region, the Southern Africa region. But the reasons are known. But NBI has capacity. And OSS have really shown confidence to NBI. And we have no doubt about this. So today, we are opening the new chapter of shift of the project to NBI. We'll do financial management and the other issues to facilitate Global Water Partnership to deliver. And I think I underline to deliver accordingly. While noting that Uganda, our host, is a beneficiary. And we can attest that we are not going to let Uganda down and the other countries. So that is the purpose why I'm here. I'm not an intruder. I am part of you. I am part of you. Yesterday we had a engagement with the Executive Secretary, and here is just formalizing. And I am happy that Honorable Minister is a member of our governance. Dr. Florence is also a member of governance in terms of Technical Advisory Committee. Despite they have all 2 hats, golden hats we call. So this is what I can say in brief. That's why we are here. And soon we will put the NBI flag over there and OSS flag over there. Honorable Minister, at this juncture, that's why we shifted from the high table a little bit, because you have delegated it to us to discharge on your behalf. So thank you very much. Allow me now, after these few words, maybe my colleague have something to say, ES of OSS, and then we will append our signature on the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Sylvester, dear friend, the Executive Director of the NBI. I'm so happy and so glad to be here with you. As you said, Uganda is hosting the Nile Basin Initiative, who is hosting the management unit at the regional level. And thank you again for accepting to be our partner in this new initiative. Uganda is also hosting the board of OSS tomorrow and after tomorrow, and for the first time, OSS is organizing its board here in Uganda. It's the first time in East Africa, it's the first time in Uganda, and this shows our relationship, our good relationship between our institution and this country and this region. So this is a way to say thank you to our partners in Uganda. And more than that, after our board, people from the board of OSS will go to the field to observe all what we have seen today, all the activities, all the achievements. We give a lot of importance to sharing knowledge, to sharing our experiences with other country members. So our board is composed of many country members, and here, for example, we have with us in this room Dr. Sami Abu Ragab, who is the representative of Egypt, and many other partners in the board who are here to witness of what we are doing and to see on the field what OSS is doing. So this is an opportunity to show that achievements, to show that the work together and the partnership can allow us to go fast and can also allow us to reach our goals. Thank you again, and I think that we don't have time to discuss and to speak. Time is for the action, and we will start by signing our agreement.
The flags. So let's have the signing ceremony take place. We are going to have the flags there. So we'll be closing this event soon, immediately after the signing ceremony. Again, an agreement on the project, regional project that is coordinated at the regional level by Global Water Partnership and implemented by the 4 countries which are benefiting from this project. So just to inform those who are exhibiting at the back that your certificates will be handed over to you before you leave, so don't go away before you get your certificates. All of those that have been exhibiting are going to be getting their certificates. Don't go away before you get the certificates. We want to appreciate you, we want to thank you for coming over to be part of this event. So the signing ceremony is going on as we speak. The Executive Director of the National Nile Basin Initiative is signing on behalf of his institution, while the Executive Secretary of Sahara and Sahel Observatory is also signing to commit the organizations to work together in the implementation of the project. And you can see the full title of the project. It is Strengthening Drought Resilience of Smallholder Farmers and Pastoralists in the IGAD region. And Uganda is a beneficiary, is one of the 4 countries. We have a lot of work being done in Karamoja, similar activities, and we drew from the experiences of Eureka when we prepared this project. And as you have been told also, the OS board will be meeting from tomorrow. And just to inform you that our Minister of Water and Environment is the member of OS board representing Eastern Africa. So let's give him a clap. So he'll be part of the meeting tomorrow and the other day to represent the East African region, the decision that will be made by the board, and some of the decisions related to financing and resource mobilization. And we are happy that we are benefiting as a country. And we would want to thank OSS for continuing to support us. The signing is almost done. You can see the signatures are being put on the documents. And very soon we'll be ending our event. But we want to thank everybody for having stayed with us up to this moment. Yes, exchange of signed agreements. The two heads of the institutions are exchanging the agreements that have been signed. And we want to thank them for this activity. And we wish you all the best as you implement this project. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you can take a group photo there. You can take a photo. EDNBI as an indication of the commitment not to let down the governance. And GWP, yes. GWP, join there. OSS, Aura, join the Steve. Steve is around, no? The team, let's join the picture. Yes, we want to know that you are there and you are committing to supporting this process. You can smile. The last smile of the day. Okay. So thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing team, we really want to thank you wholeheartedly for being with us. We want to thank the Honorable Minister for accepting to be recycled. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We do appreciate. Join me to thank our moderator, Mr. Morris Mugisha, has done a very, very good job. The people have exhibited, we want to thank you very much. OSS team, thank you very much. We now we want to celebrate the closing of Eureka project. So we are having an activity here, cocktail, just down here at the swimming pool. So please don't go away. Let's go and relax and celebrate the closing of Eureka project. For those who have not got facilitation, you pass via the registration desk. They will attend to you. Otherwise, thank you very much. We'll call you again when we'll be launching Eureka 2. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Just a quick announcement. Again, there is a very nice mobile phone I have here. Somebody left it behind. If you don't come to me, I'll probably leave it at security for the hotel. So in case you know anyone who could have lost their phone, let them know. They'll check with the hotel security.